bird crap. I don't want to give too much away, but I'll show you what I can, honey, because it's gorgeous. It's a beautiful day. Oh, I think I'll go outside for a while. Ooh, girl, she had ass. Did y'all see that? She had both butt cheeks hanging out, honey. Oh, this plane is acting up for me. You want to be purty for me? Be purty. Oh, yeah. It's pretty badass. If I do say so myself. I wish I would have become obsessed with planes and trains like my brothers when I was little, because that led them to the military. Oh, we got somebody in the road, honey, in the road. You gotta be careful because the speed limit cuts here. Oh, look at that beautiful sailboat. Oh, God, 10 out of 10. This truck is probably like this girl. Let me focus. So the market's here. It's cheaper to just buy a slice of fish or, a half a pound of shrimp. I got that half a pound of shrimp and didn't even eat the whole half. I couldn't. But it was like $5. It's just cheaper to go down here and damn buy it fresh. You know that it was damn caught. Come in, they bring the food. My nose. And I got a hair again. I filmed some stuff in this market. I've never been in here live, so we're gonna kind of be calm, cool, and collected. You might not even recognize me. You're gonna be like, who's that girl? Da, 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 da. She's so calm. Yeah. Oh God, can you hear me? Sorry. So it's absolutely gorgeous over here. Planes in the sky, planes in the sky. Lovely palm tree. Love that palm tree. All right, let's go. Can you hear me? Let me make sure my headphones are connected, y'all. We're officially out. It's a nice Porsche. I would prefer the 4-door over the 2 because the 2 is a death trap. My dumb ass went in the wrong door the first time I come over here and said, Lord have mercy. I was so slow. Beautiful artwork. So they have seasonings everywhere you can buy. Oh look, they even have recipe cards. That's sweet. Grouper. Is that tillfish? Tillyfish? Till. Everything you need to eat seafood. I think I might just do shrimp again, y'all, but I'm gonna look. Hey. Sorry? Oh, I thought you said something. Let's see. I don't know what I want. Can I just do a half pound of the large peeled and deveined? How's your day going? It's alright. Can't complain. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. You have a good one. Hello, Toby. So they even have whole fish that you can get. And they also have dips. It's like, what is that, crab cake? Oh, is that a single one? You gotta cook it? Dang, I wish I would have knew that. I ain't paying $10 for a crab cake though. Fish dips, seaweed salad. Hello, hello. Warning winters. I'm south of the border, honey. I ain't gotta worry about that. I got on a tank top right now. Hazelnut crunch. Oh my god, get in my belly. Lemon. See, that cake is really good. I've had it before. I can't say it. Cielo? It's beautiful in here. They got everything decorated for Christmas. Now they do have like sauces and stuff that you might need for cooking fish. Um, they pretty much have every. Ooh, what is that? Bowl booster. I guess you put that in the pot when you do like a seafood boil. Something that I saw the other day. This right here, I bet this is yummy. It's supposed to be for dipping bread. So you put the oil and then you put the spices. Ooh. Sriracha horseradish. I bet that is good. Pesto aioli. Bang bang. Spicy chipotle. All right, let's pay for this. And I still didn't find the bathroom. They probably don't have one in here. Damn it. I forget. How are you? Good. No, thank you. Awesome. Thank you. You have a great one. All right, y'all. Shrimp in hand, shrimp in hand. I was listening to this doctor today who was, she has a podcast, a whole channel on YouTube. And she was like, dang, I forgot it. It's like the 4Ds. It's like when people start, oh, I don't know. I'll have to go find it because it's really talking about psychologically speaking when you should walk away from certain people. She was talking about how narcissists will start arguments. I gotta find a bathroom. And there ain't any out here. Narcissists will start arguments waiting for you to defend yourself. They'll throw an accusation waiting for you to defend yourself. And when you realize that you're dealing with their, can you hear me? What they're wanting you to do is defend yourself, which restarts the cycle of abuse all over. Like, how can I explain it? I don't know how to explain it. I'll have to go and find it. It was called the 4Ds, if I'm not mistaken. And it's like defensive, deny, drama,
I gotta go find it one day. It's kind of crazy though when you think about like the type of person. See, that's what that's what I realize now. Not all people are manipulative. The majority, absolutely, they're motivated by self-interest, but not everybody is psychologically unwell. There are adults out here, just few far and in between. Um, Being able to spot those people that are healthy in comparison to people that are not so healthy is the big part. You know what I mean? That's the part that you have to learn to do. Spot those red flags and distance yourself from the BS. Damn it, I went the wrong damn way. Damn it. I'm losing my mind because I'm talking. I was trying to think of that doctor and like when she talked about how narcissists, when you try to bring up any real topic, maybe you're trying to address the fact that they slap you around when they get drunk. The narcissist will turn it around on you and make you feel like you did something wrong to lead that person to behave that way. When you recognize this behavior, you have to get out. That is a very dangerous person. They lack empathy and they'll continue to do it because it's what they have fun doing. That's what a narcissist does. They hurt intentionally for fun because they're bored. Gives them something to do, you know? Ain't that sad? There's a lot of people out here like that. Never have I ever. It's just crazy. I'm gonna use this freaking weirdo's bathroom. Y'all are coming with me because I don't want to talk to these people. These people are doing drugs and shit, but it's literally the only bathroom around here. So, you know. What? Denied responsibility, Laura? What are you talking about? Your mother's done that for 20 years. Distance herself from reality. That's the thing, like that's what Carl Jung speaks about. Thank you. And well, Jordan too, he talks about how if you don't identify the parts of yourself that are the worst, that what ultimately happens is you fall into cynicalism and nihilism, and you have horrible views of the world, and then you turn bitter, and you end up, you know, for lack of better term, the crazy old cat lady with no friends. Because wow, that's a big ass boat. Look at that big ass ship. That's a boat. That's a ship. That ain't no boat. That's a ship. Sorry. Ah, it's huge. Huge. Yeah, if we don't yeah, and it aggravates me because I always end up with people that don't even have a fucking clue what I'm talking about. And it's like, listen, I ain't a very smart woman. So for you not to understand that all I need is for you to communicate, that makes you pretty damn dumb. That's a pretty simple task. That's the bare minimum. Know how to hold a conversation. It's not too much to ask. People are just getting dumber. People are falling into self-stupidity. Self-stupidity. They want to be dumb. They don't want to grow. They don't want to develop. They don't want to think. They don't want to converse. They want to have sex and do drugs. Welcome to the real world. Sorry. Oh, your mom was jealous of your father's relationship? That is crazy to me. You know, I dated a guy that had kids, and he told me he dated a girl before me that she would get jealous of his kids and try to annihilate him from his kids. First of all, let me tell you something. If you ever date anybody that has a problem with your kids, you need to annihilate that person, okay? Alienate. You need to alienate that person from your annihilate. Maybe. I mean, if they being disrespectful to your kids, it's just crazy to me how, when he was telling me this, I'm like, oh, you don't see that as a red flag? I mean, I had my own red flags at the time, but, and still do, and always will. That's part of human nature. Identifying and admitting those red flags is part of, fixing them. But I remember thinking, that's a psychological red flag. If a woman has a problem with your children, tell me that she had no self-worth without telling me she was struggling with low self-worth. You know what I mean? Because that's exactly what that means. A woman who feels worthy does not have to compete with a man's children. That's not right. That has to do with, that's a interpersonal relationship issue, and it probably psychologically has to do with self-esteem issues. But it could be your mother's own issue with her own father. Does she have daddy issues? Oh God. And they were both my real parents. Being forced visitation with an abusive parent. What is going on? Hello, John. Yeah, that's not natural to be jealous of your child. That's not healthy nor natural. That's I can't Google right. Oh, I can. I forgot. We're gonna cook shrimp tacos. I just went and bought shrimp. Look at how cheap this was. I got it for $5. Hell yeah. It says 6 on there, but y'all heard what she charged. Hold on one second. That shrimp is loud. My whole trunk smells like it. Jesus, we gotta get that out of here. Hey. I'm trying to think, before I get to Googling, the only thing, I've never ran into that issue, Laura. I remember when that guy told me that that girl was competing for his love against his children and that she would get jealous of the kids. It made me think that she probably had abandonment issues. She probably had self-esteem issues. But I don't know, psychologically speaking, why a parent would be jealous of a relationship with the biological father other than potentially some deep-rooted issue with her own father. I don't know, though. Did your mom have issues with her own father? Were they not close? Did he abandon her? Did he cheat on your mother? Was he abusive, psychologically, physically, sexually? But you did say that they've been together that long. Hey, I'm trying to see if I can get on this Wi-Fi. We're about to make tacos. I'm gonna fancy them up today. I got onions, beans, like bean spread. Mm. He's probably used to your mom running all over him, you know? Let's see if this works. Now it's telling me I don't have Wi-Fi. I did have it. Now it says I'm connected. Then what's the problem? Oh, here we go. It's thinking. Google be thinking. Ooh. It's still not ready though. Damn it. It says, hold on. A biological mother might feel jealous of her daughter's relationship with the biological father for a variety of reasons, including threatened by the close bond, perceiving the daughter as a competitor for the father's attention, experience unresolved issues from their own relationship with their own father, or having underlying insecurities about her own self-worth, especially if she struggles with self-esteem or feels like she doesn't measure up to her daughter in the father's eyes. So, yeah. And it's not one of those things where when you're dealing with a narcissist parent, you can't go to them and sit down and have a conversation. You can go to them with a whole record of your childhood and be like, hey, I just wanted to talk about the time that you picked me up by the hair on my head, drug me down the hallway and threw me in my bedroom and then came back and beat the hell out of me with a belt. Can we talk about that? Because I just feel like it was a little rough. Do you feel like you got too angry with me at the time? That's a proper healing conversation. When bad shit happens, you have to discuss it and come to a resolution. Both parties should feel like there was progress made in that conversation. But if you're dealing with somebody who is narcissistic, surface level, unable to take responsibility for their actions, you're going to be met with blank stares and a wall. They're going to shut that conversation down immediately. Prozac. Lord. That probably has something to do with it too, because that is not a light drug. A mother with narcissistic traits might view her daughter as a threat, particularly if the daughter is receiving positive attention from the father. Yeah, everything will be your fault no matter the situation, for sure. Yeah, you can't sit down and talk to a narcissist in a normal manner. It's almost completely impossible. Tell me how I know. It's one of the reasons I ran away at damn 16. I ran away from home because, my parents, we never had a conversation growing up. Never. Not one. Not one conversation. It was always yelling, screaming, and beating. I'm wondering if I want to use rice or this can of beans. That's a lot of beans. I got a lot of shrimp, so I'm going to use rice. I need to use that shallot. Lime. Got a trash bag. Yeah, if you can't even damn ask somebody questions and sit down and discuss things, they're dangerous. A person that is incapable of communicating, discussing things rationally, they're a dangerous person. You can't trust them because they're so ignorant that they're incapable of even discussing minor topics. You know what I mean? Being able, that's the bare minimum. Once again, going back to communication, that is the bare minimum. If you are dating somebody and you're trying to ask him serious questions, oh, well, how did that make you feel? And he's sitting there going, I don't know. I don't care. It's not a big deal. You need to leave that son of a bitch. Girl, run. Don't pass go. Don't collect $200, but run. That is somebody who doesn't, they're incapable. They'll never be able to be honest, faithful. They're incapable of even having a conversation. So therefore, they're incapable of actually knowing how to behave. Do you get it? Like, they're ignorant to behavior if they can't even have a conversation. And more often than not, the lack of knowledge on how they're supposed to behave is going to affect your life, you know. The bare minimum, once again, is all you need. And if they can't even deliver that, run. And that's another problem that I have with society nowadays. Y'all act like, I don't know. Y'all act like, not y'all, but like people act like they shouldn't talk about things. Well, by all means, don't. But you're never going to grow. You're just going to become dumber and dumber and keep making the same mistakes, and then you're going to fall into insanity, because that's what insanity is. It's dealing with the same people on the same level with the same bullshit over and over and over. So unless you are moving up and on and growing, you're just going to continue to be stuck in the same bullshit. And that's why I've been single for over 4 years, because I haven't even met another human that can rationalize that. Not one. In 4.5 years. Not one. Ain't that sad? Ain't that sad? I don't meet too many people I can actually have a conversation with. It's really sad. Really, really sad. Shows the state of the world. How dumb people are getting. And this is coming from somebody who is dumb as hell. You know what I mean? That's the sad part. If I'm this dumb with this knowledge. Hold on 1 second. When you hold to that, to Carl Jung's, and I think it's Jung, going back to his philosophy, what you are running from, the denial that you are living in, will send you into nihilistic behavior, self-hatred, and you're going to become what you're trying not to become by avoiding the realities of that's part of you already. You have to face your fears in order to make any progress in life and grow. So that's the problem that we have in society now. People, out of sight, out of mind, they want to push their problems to the side and act like they ain't got problems, and they let their ego get in the way of self-growth. And if you don't confront your shadow, you'll fall into bitterness and lose yourself because you were not confronting your fears head on. You're going to become what you are running from. So you can't run from it. You got to face it head on, admit your mistakes, recognize that you are human and that you have bad qualities to you. We all do. But it's assessing those bad qualities and being real about them. That's the way to fixing them. Is you have to be open and honest about the bad sides of you, the evil sides of you, the taboo sides of you, you know, all of that. I'm hungry. Let's start cooking. I'm going to use some of this Cajun seasoning on my shrimp this time. I got a lime. Come on, let's go. It's a beautiful day. All right, I got to figure out where y'all can see me. I want y'all to be able to see the boats, but I also want you to be able to see me cooking. Anyone that's acting surface level will be blocked. You got to do better than that. Especially if I've already seen 2 or 3 questionable comments from you. We got time for the immaturity, baby. Called reading a room. It's called reading a room. Reading a room. Read a room. See, that's another thing. Stop being so desperate that you talk to people and you just accept any old bullshit that they feed you back. You know, you have good judgment. You know when a person is real. Looking for my onions. Damn it. Onions, corn. We're going to put both of those. I think the sun will block. Yeah, you ain't going to be able to see me over. Well, yeah, you ain't going to be able to see me over there. Listen, I'm learning. I want you to be able to see the boats, but I also want you to be able to see the tailgate. We'll get it in a minute. At least it's not too windy today. Whew, God, shrimp stink. Onion. Damn. Some of these are not looking good. Oh, it's starting to grow a whole ecosystem. Okay, so onions won't last in the truck. Damn it. That sucks. I mean, I haven't been using them because I haven't been cooking. Because oh wow, that's a lot of shrimp, y'all. I hate to waste stuff. This is another reason why I don't cook a lot, is because when I do buy stuff, I can't see. There we go. Shrimp. They smell like shrimp, let me tell you. What does that one girl say? Season till your ancestors start screaming to stop. Something like that. We're gonna let these marinate for a few minutes while I get everything set up. If you like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain, if you're not into yoga and you have half a brain. Alright, I'm gonna let those set for a second. I need to cut my onion. Cut my onion. Do I look like I'm gaining weight yet? Shit. I spilled the seasoning. Hey. You see. Strawberry Reaper sauce. Ooh. Ooh. Actually don't need all this onion. See, that's another reason I don't like to buy stuff. Y'all see how much stuff I've already wasted. Onion.
Lots of onion. Knife. Alright, I need to wash my hand. Lord have mercy. Olive oil. Can't find nothing. I should have put it in first, but it'll be alright. Drippity, 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 drip, 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 drip. Olive oil, robust, honey, robust. Fire in the hole! Oh my God, somebody set that mud up. Jesus. Damn dog always barking, ain't it? Ah. Let me put the cap back on, because God knows. We're going to cook the shrimp first, then the rice, then the corn. Well, actually, I'm going to mix the rice and corn together. Call it a day. My hands are wet. Lime. Damn, I should have got a damn beer from the store. Oh well. Damn, this lime is kind of dry. My hair, you know. Oh yeah, this lime ain't gonna work. It's dead. Damn it. What else is wrong? Anything else? Hair flying everywhere. Tahini, sriracha. They're not gonna take long. Oh my God, I just did that again. I need this and this to put back in the truck. Turn that down. Oh, I need the taco shells. Oh my God, you guys. I just realized I don't have any water for damn dishes. I just forgot. Damn it. I'll have to make do. I haven't had the money to go to the grocery store, so I'm out of everything. I actually need bottled water too. actually going to use some of this corn juice to like rehydrate this damn rice. Because every time I cook this rice in here, it doesn't act right. Drain the corn, drain the corn. See it? Those should be done. Is that better? You see better? I don't know what y'all can see. Got onions and lime here. I don't know if that lime's gonna lime. It's a little dry. That's a big one. They look good. I think they're done, but just to be sure. Take it off the fire. I hope it is. The seafood fresh is so much better. They're done. It needs lemon, but it's okay. I need corn, rice. Ooh. Ooh. Oh shit. I can't see. Where is tahini for that lime kick that it's missing? We're also going to set our tortillas on there. Take 2 of them, just throw them on top of the rice. It'll be fine. God, I know when I damn go to clean this up, I ain't going to want to. There's shit everywhere. I'm going to be so full. Turn them over. So this is what we have so far. All of this I already had. Oh, still good. That rice sometimes doesn't want to break down. Corn and rice. I'm gonna try a bite. Start building. What I like to do is just grab as much of the rice as I can. Oh, I forgot to oops. I forgot to cut the shrimp up. Oh my God, if somebody don't shut up that mud. Jesus. How do you not hear that in your house when it's just all day long? So I got my shrimp on there. Can y'all see this? Got my shrimp on there, my corn, my rice. My hand's a mess. Shh. Mind your business. I'm gonna put this tortilla back on here so it'll stay warm. I doubt this lemon is gonna. Ooh! We got a few drips. Where is the sriracha? You like pink? Oh, shit. I'm drooling. Listen. I just drooled. The cap came off. And I'm literally drooling for this taco. The struggle. Y'all. What in the world? Come on, man. Can you just act right for a minute? A little drip drip. Gotta get the sriracha. Putting it on the side so I get some with every bite. Because it ain't wanting to come out. Alright, first shrimp. Oh. Mm. Mm. I can't see. I'm making a mess. Mm. Mm. So good. Alright. I'm gonna do it different this time. I'm gonna put a sriracha. Sriracha. Rice and corn. Shrimp. I cut them up a little bit. Well, I thought I did. Damn it. Ah. Onion. Love some fresh onion on tacos. Lots of onion. Because, you know, we're already eating shrimp with some onion with it. We already gonna have stinky breath. Ah. Shrimp and corn. Mm. Mm. If it ain't messy, I don't want it. Oh, what a sad lime. Not a single drip. Thanks, Walmart. If I knew that they wouldn't last 6 weeks in the car, I wouldn't have bought them. I'm joking. My nose is running. And that sriracha's got a kick. Mm. Mm. Damn it. Ooh, I think it's a combination of the shrimp, because they got that Cajun seasoning. They got a kick. Sorry. Part of that shrimp was still raw. Ugh. Oh, hell no. Now I'm concerned. I'm just gonna make a bowl with this with the rest of the onion, the rice, and the corn, because there's some left over, you know. Put the onion on top. I minced it a little bit. My nose is running so bad. My eyes will be next. Ain't no party like a taco party. Because a taco party makes you happy. Alright. Sorry, you ain't worth a damn. Wash that. Oh shit, I need that to eat with. I want to dump this. Come on. Alright. Give me this. Tell you what, that Cajun seasoning will damn dye your fingertips. Ooh. Yes. Son of a peach. How did I forget? Shit. Yes, I'm using Fabuloso because it's shrimp and onions. So yes, that's why I'm using Fabuloso. Because it's stank. And I ain't putting that shit back in my car. You're going to have to get used to almost dying, honey. I actually use Fabuloso all the time to wash dishes. I ain't died yet. And I'm actually going to not just use Fabuloso, but I'm going to wash them with dish soap too. But I don't want that smell in my truck, honey. So I'm going to let this sit, saturate, and eat the rest of my bowl. I'm going to throw this away in a minute. Put the water back up. Maybe not. It's a freaking spout, bro. I'm about to throw it away if it ain't gonna act right. Let me put all this up and then we'll eat the rest of that. Can y'all even see the ocean? It's pretty out there, ain't it? Ugh. They were all right. They weren't too bad. Damn hair. Gotta go downwind. Jennifer made it back. She did. I don't think you can see the fence line, can you? Already. My hands are freezing. up, back it on up. Dude, everything goes fine until it doesn't. Hold on, please. I'm literally freezing my ass off right now, like, and then, I don't know, people just creep me out. People just creep me out. I'm trying to, oh, shit, Brooke. I'm trying to enjoy my food. Oh, God. It's literally so cold. Oh, my God. Fuck this. And right now it's much warmer than it would have been this evening if I waited. One of the reasons I wanted to go ahead and eat. Imagine buying an animal not realizing that you have to give that animal attention and time. Will you do the dishes, please? I'm cold. Alright, let's wash dishes. Where's the damn soap? I feel like a bloat now. I feel like a bloat. I feel like bloated now. Oh, look at that boat. Oh, that's the damn ferry, bro. Alright, you want to do my dishes for me? Bring it closer so you can see. Weird. I feel bad for some of y'all. You know, there's more to life than turning everything into sex. And matter of fact, the more that you think and obsess over sex, the less you're going to have it. Fun fact. You know, there comes a point where you're so weird, nobody wants to deal with you. On any level. I'm going to hit these with this, and then I'm going to drain this and do soap. Because this is a stinky meal. I'm trying to get the damn rice out the damn fork. simpler forms. No one's going to touch your pee-pee if you keep asking everyone to touch your pee-pee. You get it? It's like dealing with children, y'all. We gotta... what if I start like a kindergarten series, like alphabets into relationships? You know what I mean? The ABCs of healthy relationships. Insanity. How to talk to a woman. There we go. We can do that. Lord have mercy. Forgive them, Lord, for they know not what they do. That whole statement makes so much more sense now. Like, I understood it before, but there's a whole nother aspect because of Socrates and Aristotle and Plato. I need more water. I might not have any more water. First of all, my hands are frozen. It ain't gonna kill me. I ain't got no more water. I'm completely out. I ain't even got bottled water. This is it. So we gotta get it done. I'd rather it smell like Fabuloso than damn shrimp. You know? Ah! His fault. I actually feel bad for the dog because it's his stupid owner. I got tacos. They were good. Alright, we gotta get warmed up somehow. Just for a minute. Let's throw this away. Hey. My hands are like frostbitten. Not really, but like half-assed, you know? It's a pretty day. It's a pretty day. Please stay, because I'm so cold I can't. Oh, God. Hold on one second. I'm so cold I can't even think. Get on. The damn stand's falling on me and shit. Whoo, honey. It's almost 60 degrees. And I'm like frozen. Oh, God. Hi. Y'all know how I tell you that people are always going to tell you what they're thinking? You just have to listen to what they're saying. So I watched this
It was like a Dateline episode, right? It was a girl who, I think she was an EMS worker. That water always tastes funny. It was like a Dateline episode. She was an EMS worker, and this guy was a firefighter. They were fooling around, and she got pregnant, and he didn't want nothing to do with this child. He was distancing himself from her, and she told him that if he didn't want anything to do with the child, to let her know, and she would plan accordingly. Accordingly? Yes. So, pretty much he strangled her and set the house on fire to make it look like it was a fire. Investigators knew something was wrong because the autopsy showed that she had been strangled. But something I found very revealing was that as soon as investigators pulled him in to question him, the first thing out of his mouth was, yeah, I went over to her house. She wanted to talk, so we talked. And they were like, how long were you there? And he's like, about an hour. They're like, well, what did y'all talk about? And he says, we talked about finances. And they're like, oh, where is my other wipes? They're like, oh, really? What was discussed or whatever? And he's like, oh, I was just telling her that I would give her, money. I would help her financially with the child. They know that that is a lie. And it was interesting to me because he called her the day that she was going to give birth the deadline. When he's talking to investigators, he's like, oh, well, there was this deadline, she's going to give birth on Saturday. And he had killed her on a Wednesday. Thanksgiving was Thursday. And then she was going to give birth on Friday or Saturday. And he kept referring to this timeline as a deadline. I was like, oh, yeah, he killed her. As soon as he said deadline, I was like, oh, God, he killed her. He killed her. But also, he was talking about finances. The first thing out of his mouth, it wasn't, when investigators asked why he was over there, it wasn't, oh, it was to check on the baby. I mean, he immediately spit it out. He's like, oh, finances. And, that was the whole motive of the case, is my point. He told them what the motive was by revealing what they supposedly talked about. You see what I'm saying? Does that make any sense at all? He snitched on himself, but, they already knew it was him because they had his DNA. But he essentially kept this information that she was pregnant from his entire department, from his family, from everybody. And then he went over there and strangled the life out of her. And his baby wasn't even born yet. And it was a full-term baby. Because she was due from Wednesday to Friday or Saturday, So sad. Ladies, stop dealing with people that have no respect for themselves. Something that was very telling, too, is that he never tried to defend himself. He never said, oh, that wasn't me. Or, I would never do that to her. Or, that's another thing. He was so quiet. That was very concerning to me. Clearly, when someone when they can't hold conversation or talk about serious matters, clearly they're not an adult, if I ask you a question that's based in reality, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Put myself on the spot. If I ask, how did it make you feel? Or if, I don't know, if we go to my parents and they're dead, but hypothetically, if we go to my parents and I see that you were quiet the whole time and I'm like, hey, what happened over there? Did my parents make you feel uncomfortable? And you're like, I don't know, and you avoid the whole topic. That's, that's immaturity, you guys. You got to walk away from people that are incapable of giving what you're giving. The fact, I don't know how to put it into better terms, like how people are nonchalant nowadays. A lot of women, I see your men like that, and you think that shit's normal. My mother, I grew up with a father like that only spoke when he was either throwing his weight around the house, beating the hell out of us, or when he was bitching at you to go do something domestic. So, there's more to human life than that surface level bullshit. And when you accept that, you just accept that. And just know, when you're accepting that surface level, can't communicate, defensive, comes up with excuses, his story never makes any fucking sense, he contradicts himself when it comes to what he wants or what he thinks or what he feels, or, he probably doesn't have any religious beliefs, probably has, stop accepting that. That's not normal. That is not a normal person. And women too, because there's women out there like that. You do see it more in the men, especially this upcoming generation. This is the exact group of men that are not marrying. This is the exact group of men that can't hold conversations, that are isolating, that are playing video games, that are obsessed with technology and porn. This is the group of men that Jordan has been talking about for the past however many 5-6 years now. It's become an epidemic. Military age men are falling off the map. They're not working jobs. They're not even trying or striving in life. It's a problem. But it fits the profile, is my point. Stop dealing with people like that. Like, if you can't hold a conversation and be real, that means that they're not real. If they can't hold a real conversation, that means that they're not authentic. That's exactly what that means. And that means if they're not authentic, they're not trustworthy. They're a very dangerous person. Stop accepting bullshit relationships just to have somebody, because that puts your life in danger. That puts your everything in danger. Everything that you have, that you hold dear, you're putting that in danger when you're dealing with somebody who is surface level. If I come to you and tell you, hey, say you were my abusive father, and I come to you and say, hey, we need to have a conversation. I remember you messing with me as a child, and that person is incapable of even discussing it. First of all, you don't need to be around anybody that's messed with you, family or not. But if you wanted to try to heal from that, addressing that person would be a good start. You're probably not going to get the answers that you want, because anybody that behaves that way is not, they're ignorant. So, they're a weak man who gives in to temptations and urges and lust. And that's the difference between a weak man and a strong man. A strong man is not desperate. A strong man is not out here harming people's children. Strong men don't behave that way. Ignorant men do. Yeah. And we have a whole generation of men who are not even striving to be men. That's crazy to me. Women too. Women have given up. I have a lot of girlfriends that I don't talk to anymore because they're stuck in addiction. But they were surface level people when I dealt with them. So it's not, a loss. I hope that they get clean and they have happy lives, but I have no room for them in my life. You know what I mean? We are only dealing with people who have the awareness level that we do. You know what I mean? And like a few months ago, I told you guys, I said, I feel like if people will lie to you, then they'll cheat on you. And if they'll cheat on you, then they'll steal from you, because there's a lack of boundaries there. And that's essentially what it's essentially a person's character. It's their morals, their values. You have to make sure that the person you're dealing with in any friendship or relationship, if they don't have the same foundation as you need to make sure that at the very least there's a mutual respect for each other's differences, cultures, maybe religions, whatever. But also, you know, for me personally, if you ain't a Christian, I can't mess with you. Like, I mean, if you're some other religion, that's fine. But like, if you don't have that foundation, if you don't believe in something higher than yourself, if you are not practicing, you know, spiritual self-guidance every day through the word of your God, it just won't work, because God is front and center in my life, and I'm not perfect, I'm a sinner, but I feel like to take that relationship to God with the next level, if I was trying to date somebody, they would have to be an active participant in that. Like, you know, that's the whole point of finding somebody and being with somebody, because you're supposed to find somebody that expects 110 out of you every day. I want to be with somebody that wants to see me be the best version of myself. And so I need somebody to push me just like I'm willing to push somebody. You know, it's 100. And I want a partner that wants me to be the best version of myself. And the way that I do that is through God. And that's another thing that people have just forgotten. You know, marriage is between 3 people. It's between you, your partner, and God. See, without God, it's not a marriage. It's purposeless. You just got a piece of paper and a name that you can go post on Instagram. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just view things differently. And that's why I've never gotten married. But I view things completely different than most people. And I view them in a wholeheartedly sense. Like, literal. Like, if we're getting married. I saw a girl the other day that got married. Her wedding vows were sweet. She's like, da-da-da-da, promise to love and honor and be faithful, and I can't, you know, I'm so happy you're my husband, da-da-da-da. And this ignorant son of a bitch says something about he's so happy he gets to slap her ass every day. And when the preacher says, is there any other words you would like to say? Do you have anything to say to your wife to be here before I pronounce y'all? He's like, no. Lord have mercy. I'm just here to tell you that if I ever go to get married and my husband embarrasses me like that in front of whoever, first of all, we will not be getting married. I'm going to jail for whooping his ass in public for the blatant disrespect, because I'm done with the relationship. You know what I mean? Like, if we even made it to the altar, I'm 100% that you would never say something like that. First of all, you would never say something to me like that anyways. You see what I'm saying? But also, if you just happen to get drunk right before the wedding and said some shit, just know the relationship's over. The blatant disrespect. And this poor girl is he-heing and ha-haing like she ain't got an ounce of self-worth or self-esteem or self-respect left in her. It was the saddest marriage that I've ever seen. It was just heartbreaking, because she's desperate, which is why she's putting up with his bullshit. He's only interested in one thing, and it's not bound to last. It's not a real relationship. Real relationships come with deeper meaning than, I hope I slap that ass every day. Like, the stupidity. I was so embarrassed for her, I could have died. There's a video of it. I think it's on the Red Flag, Green Flag channel, but I could be wrong. What is going on? I'm sorry, who do I need to block? Oh my Lord. Hey, Kevin. Yeah, imagine getting to the altar and this guy's like, I can't wait to slap that ass every day. I think I would die from the embarrassment, you know? Like, she has no clue what she's signing up for. And he already seemed drunk and stuff. Like, he thought it was cute. Like, homeboy, that is not cute. You know, though, you know how I always talk about, like, maturity levels? 43 is when, like, men supposedly start to mature. Women mature around 32. I really think that not everybody matures. You know, some people... I was listening to Jordan talk about this today, and just like Carl Jung, he says that if you don't grow from things in life, in this case it would be failed relationships, if you don't learn what you're supposed to learn from the failures of those relationships and self-develop and fix all of the bad parts of you, and you ignore that, you put your blinders up and say, oh, I don't have a problem, it's not me, it's them. If you constantly do that, at some point you're going to fall into being bitter. And you know, I've noticed this in society, and it usually happens around 32. I've noticed people in their 30s, like the mid 30s, they start to become, there's a lot of hatred towards the world, you know, and people. And I think that I've almost turned that way at times. But learning this information about why I'm having a disconnect with society through philosophy is helping me greatly. You know, I've always been the type of person that wanted to grow and develop and learn. But I've been snuffed out by relationships, by family, by people that I let close to me. And that's the problem. You have to become comfortable to really get, you have to become comfortable alone and battle your thoughts. You have to really, like, see, and that's another thing about me is I've always been able to say, yeah, I got anger problems. Yeah, I'm cynical. Yeah, I talk, what's that word? I talk in a, combative way. What is it? Somebody told me one time, she was like, you know, I can't remember, I'll have to find it, but I usually say it all the time, like, I know the bad parts of me, and anger would be the number one worst trait I have, which in comparison I mean, until I hear Jordan say certain things, I'm like, oh my God. And then I hear him say something and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. You're right, it could be worse. I could be a cheater. I could be a child abuser. I could be a thief. I could be manipulative and conniving and backstabbing and all of these things that a lot of people are, and I'm not. If anger and self-hatred at times and world resentment is my biggest, you know, issues, I guess, you know, there's room for growth. But realize, and that's part of turning into nihilism, though. If you don't confront that dark side of you, most people don't. They put their blinders on. They act like they're not the problem. They act like they don't have no problems. And if you try to confront them about that problem or even have a simple conversation, they get defensive and they immediately shut down. Stop dealing with people like that. They're going nowhere. They don't have questions about why they tick. They don't even think about why they are the human that they are. They don't question their upbringing. They don't question how to fix themselves. And they don't even care to have a fucking conversation with you because they don't respect themselves and they'll never respect you. That's a surface level person who, in return, will fall into self-pity, world hate, and nihilism and become bitter and alone. Probably gain a bunch of weight, start struggling with substance abuse problems. It's already happened all over this world. So country, specifically the West, and this is why. Because nobody wants to confront their issues. Nobody wants to look at their shadow. Nobody wants to, for instance, like von Braun, the Nazi SS. He joined the SS. He was a Nazi scientist. He was not the type of man to look at what his actions were doing to society, nor did he care. His one motive in life was working in and around space. He wanted to build rockets. He wanted to build rockets. We'll go into that like Monday or Tuesday. But he ended up working for the Hitler. He ended up working for Hitler. And they dropped bombs in London. And they were bombs made by this scientist. These bombs were built by Holocaust slaves. They were concentration camp victims, prisoners. And these bombs were built by them. Horrible conditions. These people were malnourished, starvation, getting beat, mistreated, and Hitler expected them to build bombs, and they did. And they were dropped in London. But, this man, Von, the scientist behind these bombs, he was not the type of man to ever look at what his actions were doing. He was so set on just doing what he wanted to do. He didn't think about the lives he was impacting, nor was he the type of man to even care anyways. From what I've learned about him, he didn't have a conscience. And that's a scary person. That's a very dangerous person. Probably one of the most dangerous people, because they can kill you and not even feel bad about it, babe. They could stab you in the back and not even care. But also, they'll never be able to have a conversation. So these people have a very easy way of pointing themselves out by the lack of emotion, compassion, empathy, the lack of conversation. You can always find these type of people because they're simply incapable of holding conversation, talking about emotion, addressing real issues, and coming to solutions. So it's not hard to spot them. Y'all, can y'all tell I've been listening to a lot of lectures? A lot of lectures. I've completely fell into what the hell? What the frick happened? Store, because I don't like that one store. That one guy is weird as hell. I knew it. I knew he was a cokehead with a freaking wife. How did I know that? Feels like a Friday, don't it? I thought it was Friday until damn. I don't know. Am I allowed to take pictures of military planes? I don't know. He's probably like, listen, not the Chinese spying on them SpaceX, and I'm out here taking pictures of military planes. Listen, if I'm in handcuffs by morning, it's because my dumb ass was taking pictures of planes. I didn't even think about that. This is a military base. I probably shouldn't take pictures of their planes. I think they're just aerial helicopters. They just like surveillance the area, make sure there's no drones in the sky with Chinese men driving them. How much more evidence do you need that there is something going on in this country with the Chinese? No, I'm not saying, listen, we just read a news report earlier. You're probably taking me out of context. Oh, the crazy part is he was a national. Like, he came from China, but he applied for citizenship here, and he was caught flying a drone over the damn military base, taking pictures of the military base. You think that's the only one? We've had this going on for like 9 months, 6 months. And then all the drones in New York. Damn, that was good, y'all. That was really good, but I don't like the damn... Is she leaving? Good night, Laura. Be safe. Me too. You got to take them sleep aids, girl. I got just a swig left for tonight. When I go into the gas station, I might put something more comfortable on, because this shirt, it's not fitting like it used to, because I've gained like 4 or 5 pounds. So the girls just be not acting right. Oh, my hair. That was really good. Oh, God. Damn, we came out at the same time as the ferry. Spain, Spain, Spain. You know, another person I've been learning about is Nietzsche. Now, the crazy part is Nietzsche, Friedrich Nietzsche. I be trying so hard, y'all. He actually hated Socrates. He said that Socrates' theories were BS. Because, you know, most of this is just philosophy. So it's not written in stone like psychology. But they kind of go together in a sense. You know, Jordan is a clinical psychologist. He's not... I guess he is a philosopher in a sense. Because he's written books. He has a whole new book coming out that I want. I guess he is a philosopher in a sense, but he's more, we're going off of his medical degree, which is clinical psychologist. And, you know, Canada, they tried to, what do they call it? Like, debar him? They tried to steal his medical license because he said that there was a biological difference between boys and girls. You know, Canada lost their mind. I do believe that all of the Petersons are living in America now, but I could be wrong. They essentially tried to shut him up because he told the truth. He told the truth. And, you know, they don't like that. And that's another thing about society living with blinders on. You know, when the majority of people are too scared to confront the bad parts of themselves, their character flaws, you know, everybody is like walking on eggshells and shit. I was about to say something else. Shit. I be having like, it's there and then it's gone. Oh my God, the moon. Can y'all see the moon? Yo, I can't wait till I get cameras on the car. It's so pretty. Hold on 1 second. Oh my darling, oh my darling, it's pretty as fuck today. Oh my darling, oh my darling. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. As a whole in society, most people are just used to just like shoving stuff under the rug, you know? Like, nobody likes to be confrontational. Everybody's super agreeable. They keep their head down, and nobody wants to ruffle any feathers, but that's problematic. Ignoring the problem does not fix the problem. The only way to fix the problem is to go straight through it. You got to hit it head on and confront it. You know, it's like if you were addicted to crack cocaine and you go to rehab, the first thing they're going to do is assess your mental health. They're going to ask you, what happened as a child? What kind of home did you grow up in? When did you start using drugs? Da-da-da-da-da-da. You know, they analyze you to analyze the problem so that they can come up with a solution to fix it. If you're dating a habitual cheater, first of all, he ain't going to change. But if you're desperate and have to stay with him because you're married and have kids, I can assure you that acting like the cheating never happened is not going to fix the problem. That's a marriage counselor thing. You got to drag his ass into someone who can mediate and rationalize things for you guys. And I'm here to tell you that, any man that'll cheat will do the bare necessity just to stay in your life. If you're going to cost him half of everything he owns type of shit, you need to get out, because that behavior never changes. A cheater will always cheat. Always. I'm glad I ain't got them problems. I'm crazy. See, that's the problem. The relationships I've been in, shit like that, I would put up with behavior like that and take somebody back. And I really was ignorant to the fact that that's a character flaw. Not everybody behaves that way. It's only been since I got clean that I realized that there are good people. They're few, far, and in between. But it really starts with the foundation of who they are. Their morals, their principles, their beliefs, their higher power. All of that plays a key part in who you're dealing with. Now, if you're some sister wife or want to be a sister wife, then what you're looking for and, the characteristics in a person you're looking for are going to be different, of course. Of course, you'll be looking for somebody that's not into monogamy, somebody that wants to do, hookups with you and orgies, Lord forbid. Please keep your legs closed. I'm telling you this because it's the best for your mental health, for your physical well-being, and for you in general. It's really sad what this world has become. Maybe that my mom went to heaven a little early, because I don't know if she could have handled it. It's just so outlandish out here. People, reading about how virtue is lost in the West, in a lot of the world, I can't help but wonder if that's why people are so freaking miserable, Once again, if you don't confront the issues, you just turn into bitterness, atheism. Is that a word? And you hate the world. I realize that I've been teetering on that line of falling into complete despair and hating the world forever because I didn't understand what I was feeling. It's crazy how one person can just blow your mind completely open. You're like, it's almost like mathematical equations coming at you so fucking fast, and it's just like boom, 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 boom. Seriously, philosophy. I feel like I've been shot in the head 50 times this week. Every time I listen to, and another thing that I've realized is the more I listen, the more I understand. I went and tried to read Good and Evil by Carl Jung. Y'all, oh my God. Hell no. We're not there. But don't think that I haven't thought about an American literature class or something just to be able to read certain people's. I would love to read a lot of Plato's writings, but y'all, there's so much intricate. It's intricate. Carl Jung, he was very egotistical. He hated Socrates. He didn't agree with him. Socrates has been deemed one of the smartest man in the world. If it was not for him, the world would not be what it is. Plain and simple. He's literally Jesus Christ, Socrates. I'm not joking. I wish I were. But, everything that our foundation, it came from philosophy. So Carl Jung has this egotistical saying. He says, God, let's see if I can get it right. He says, I can say in one sentence what all people would have to write in a book. He says, I can say in one sentence what all people would have to write in a book. And then, oh God, what's the follow-up? that's a pretty, self-centered statement, or what's the word, egotistical statement. He's saying, no one's as smart as him, no one's as articulate as him, no one could word things in the words that he could. But then he goes on to say, does anybody know the end of it? Then he goes on to say that no one could top it. Or I'll have to find it tomorrow, y'all. I'll have to find it tomorrow. Where is my car? Weird. Hold on one second. Lord. Okay. What you talk about, Willis? Who gonna tell her that you need like 2-3 forms of identification to even get a passport, first of all? So it's more legit than an actual driver's license. Fun fact. Alcohol law enforcement, they do let you, alcohol, tobacco, firearms, whatever the frick they're called, the ATF, and the ALE, alcohol law enforcement, the ALE, they let you use passport as identification to buy tobacco and alcohol. Fun fact. Who is ever out here training these people? They genuinely just don't know. And then when you hand them your passport, they look at you like you're crazy. All right, let's go in here. I use the bathroom. I'm gonna try to keep the camera down so that they don't see I'm filming in here, because I try to be respectful. Yeah, and it's that older woman too. I don't want to piss her off. Excuse me.
Poor thing. She's in there hacking. I've noticed that down here. I don't know if it's the humidity or what, but everything's like, everybody's like, and it's like an itch in the back of your throat. It's not like you're sick or anything. It's just an itch. Sucks. I'm ready to go to bed already. So ready for bed. Get out of my head. So ready for bed. Take my ass to bed and sleep the night away. Oh, these pants. I wish they were baggier. They give me like a pooch, even though I don't have a pooch. Y'all, I'm so stressed about this fucking week. I do the best that I can. I will say that, like, I start to get stressed, you know. When bills start to come up, it's like I start spiraling into stress. It sucks. And nowhere is hiring right now. I've been filling out job applications like crazy. Nobody's called me back. And they won't. You know, with my record, 3-time convicted felon, I'm also considered a violent offender. You know, that takes away about 90% of the job market. So that's the realities of becoming a felon, and that's why I talk about these things, because I want young people to know that this is not a game. The Department of Corrections, the police departments, the judges, the district attorney, they don't give a fuck if they mark you. They don't care if you ever have another job again. They don't care, you know? And that's their job, is to make sure that you never work again. And they want to. They want to mark you. They don't want you to ever succeed. And that's the truth. That's why you got to be super careful about who you put yourself around. Super, super careful about who you allow to have access to you. It's the most important thing that you will ever do to keep yourself safe, is to be careful who you keep in your circle. How do you take care of you? You start by making yourself non-easily accessible. You know, not everybody needs access to you. They don't deserve it. You absolutely have the right to know a person's character before you deal with them. That's why you don't jump into bed with people. That's why you get to know people. Because anybody, listen, the majority of people are liars. They're going to say anything, man or woman, to get what they want from you. You have to remember that people are they're motivated by self-interest. The majority. But real love only comes in a virtuous manner. So if you're dealing with somebody who's motivated by self-interest and they're dealing with you for a benefit, it's not going to work out. It's going to be fake. The only way to love is through virtuous measures. Dealing with somebody who has good moral character. And those people are very few far in between. Very few. Most people live for their own selfish reasons. They're not living to better themselves. Or contribute to the world, because that's what virtue is really about. It's doing kindness for others. Putting kindness into the world to make the world a better place. Doing the right thing. Because God said so. I mean, this is the ultimate test. Our free will is the ultimate test. I don't think I ever viewed it like that before, but it's true. It's true. God died for us so that we could have everlasting life. But we don't just get that because we're a child of Christ. We have to work for it. We have to earn it. We have to be the good in the world and put into the world what we want to see more of. Every time I saw this young kid that found a purse in a shopping buggy, and 17-year-old boy, he drives it over to the owner's house. He looks in it, he finds a driver's license, he drives it over there. Ironically, he took it to the wrong house because the ID that he found was actually the purse owner's best friend. But it's okay because they were hanging out at her house. So when he pulls up with this purse, his little young 17 years old, think about what I'm telling you right now. Somebody raised this boy right. He shows up and he rings the door. He's like, hey, I found this in a shopping cart. And the woman said they checked the bag. There was nothing missing out the bag. He had actually found the bag and brought it immediately to them. So people online see this and they start a GoFundMe for him because it was just so wholesome that he took her that bag, and didn't take anything. I mean, it's just kind of a random act of kindness that you wouldn't expect in today's world is all I'm saying. And these people donated thousands of dollars to this boy, which was really sweet because he's 17. He probably needs a car, probably wants to get his own apartment in a couple of years. Maybe he's going off to college, Kids that age, they need all the help that they can get. So it was really sweet. But he said, when the lady asked him, she said, why did you do this? He says, his mother always told him to do the right thing no matter who was watching. At least we know there's a few good parents out there, honey, because that's how you raise them. That's how you raise them. To always do the right thing no matter who's watching, and do the right thing even if no one's watching. I think that's what he said. To always do the right thing even when no one's watching. That's what it was. Always do the right thing even when no one's watching. It's beautiful. Look at this. I want these damn clothes off. I want to change. Will y'all get out my way? God, the spot is fucking bumping. Oh, wow, you got you a BMW. You think you're cute. Who's gonna tell him he's out there taking pictures of this new BMW? Who's gonna tell him he just bought the damn biggest headache on earth? Who's gonna tell him? If it ain't an American car, I don't want it. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. I don't want all that fancy schmancy computer. And ironically, I was looking up certain features on this. This does not have a lot of the electrical shit that I thought it did. And matter of fact, the computer system is not even connected to my speedometer, so that's good. So that means if that computer system goes out, it's not going to affect this shit. That's what I was worried about. I don't care if it goes out. If it wants to break, so be it. Does the engine still run? Is the oil working, baby? Is them pistons firing? My spark plug still firing? That's all I care about. I don't care about none of this technical shit. But, BMW, you can't even work on that yourself. Yeah, you can't. It's like Tesla. Welcome to the BS of the world. Welcome to a communist country. For real. You can't. Tesla, they can actually civilly sue you. You start messing with their shit. Tell me how I know? Because there was a boy that found a bunch of Tesla parts and he put a whole Tesla together. It's on YouTube. You can go find it. You can probably Google. It's a very interesting story. I watched a whole documentary. Tesla, this kid started buying scrap parts of Teslas, and he decided that, oh my God, y'all, that man is bent over high as fucking there. Oh my God. Wow. Okay. I hope he ain't dead. Seriously. It's a van lifer. I've seen him out here before. It's a little old man in a damn white, creepy painting van. And he sits out here. But, like, he's literally, when I went by, he's like this. He's probably fucking doped the fuck out on that shit. Fuck that. Fuck that. I'm so glad I got clean. I stay away from people like that, too. Yeah, he's knocked the fuck out. Lord have mercy. We gonna stay away from his ass because... I know, ain't it? We're about to go out there. I gotta find my stand. Did I leave my stand? Oh, no, I didn't. I'm definitely changing clothes, but let me put you on the stand first. Damn, 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 damn. That makes me think of that song. Oh, my God. Brooke, you're gonna bust a window out. Oh, God. Y'all. I feel fat and sassy after that shrimp. What time is it? It's only 5 o'clock. I'm going to bed at like 7 tonight. Seriously. I already got me a parking spot picked out. Bitch, my legs ain't working. Anybody in the Florida area want to volunteer to be my cameraman? Anybody want to be my cameraman? I don't like rich people, Evan. Cocoa Beach is full of them. They got a snobby ass attitude, like their shit don't stink around there. You got to be careful because them type of people call the police on people like me for simply existing. It's a yeah. I ain't trying to be cynical. I'm just being for real. I'm being realistic. I need clothes on my body because I'm cold. Here. Y'all, these pants make me feel so chunky. Oh. Oh. Sorry. I forget that half of the world is idiots. Boom. Clothes. We just did laundry, so we can put some of this up. Damn it. Every time. Yes, honey. Yeah. I think it's supposed to be pretty cold tonight, so... Sunset is really nice. Wait till you see it. My pants all up in my ass. Sorry, I don't know what I look like. I don't really care either, but I really don't want them to be like, because that's how I wear them half the time. Oops. Oopsie. Oh, she had a crack camel toe. No. Oop, she had a big mouth. She liked to cuss me out. These motherfuckers. These motherfuckers. Damn, I didn't know I had all these clothes dirty. Alright, let's throw this on because I am literally freezing my ass off, man. Hey, Jennifer. How are you? How are you? I wonder if that man's living or dead. I hope he... Listen, this is why I don't hang out at that other part of the beach, because there's drug addicts every damn where. And then this man is blowing up the damn spot. If somebody dies out here, they ain't never gonna let us come back out here. You know what I mean? Drop dead. Damn it, y'all. I can't get these pants apart. Why does shit gotta be so difficult? I can't get them apart. I got thermals underneath. Oh, Lord. All right, it's going to be cold tonight, so I'm just trying to keep my thermals on. Ah. Pants. Good. Ah, we're making it. I'm in positive spirits. It could be worse. Tomorrow I'll probably have a full-fledged Friday freak out, meltdown. Oh, it's awake. It's alive. It's alive. Okay, thank God. Listen, if I would have drove out of here in a damn hour and he would have still been passed out, I probably would have tried to open his van door to make sure he had a pulse, because it did not look good when I pulled up. He looked like he done had too many bags at once, bruh. Do they even do bags anymore? I don't know. I just know when I used to buy here and when it came in bags. I mean, you could buy all kinds of types, but let's see if I can get my shirt on without damn flashing the neighbors. Oh, damn. Don't flash the neighbors, 'cause then they'll be asking you for favors. And then you'll have to flee and never be seen in the neighborhood. Then it's not a wonderful day to be your neighbor. You know what I mean? Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, my, oh, my, We're gonna double up because, honey, it's cold out there. I love my new shirt. I do. I didn't put a bra on. That's why I'm putting on 2 shirts. Because my titties will be dust in the wind. Are you my neighbor? Will you be my neighbor? I don't know. Probably 40s. Probably 40s. It was 42 this morning when I got up, but I woke up at 4:45. So, bro, where is your clothes? This fool walking down the street like he ain't got a care in the world. Oh shit, it won't let me turn it around. Why do I look so different on each side? That's crazy. He's on a muscle tee and shorts, and it is like, yeah, it's cold here. Let me see. 35. Hey, Deborah. Hey, girl, hey. Long time no see. Well, I'm glad you like me, because I like me. It's important to like yourself, you know? You can't really appreciate other people until you appreciate yourself, in my opinion. You gotta... That's it. To take it from a surface level relationship to a true, like, friendship, you have to appreciate and respect yourself and have a decent amount of self-worth to even appreciate other people's characters in the way that you ought to. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
what happened? Salt here in Western water got restored in some areas. Western North Carolina still don't have water. They sleeping in tents on the ground in this shit. Sub-zero temp, or right at zero. Ain't that sub-zero? I don't know. 0-degree temperature type shit. It's so sad. I hope that everybody stays warm out there. I feel bad for anybody that's got to live in the damn elements like I do. Honestly, if it were not for my sleeping bag and the fact that I'm street smart and I've been doing this for a while, I probably would have done froze to death by now, because when it drops down into the teens, that's life-threatening. Anything below freezing, you can die. Absolutely. At the very least, get frostbite. Why won't it go on straight? You know how, like, you put it on and it feels like there's more on one lip than the other, but, like, it's only part of the lip that has, like, the clunky spot? And then you gotta, like, even that shit out. Lord have mercy. Oh, that's that damn LA Color ones. It actually works really good. Like, I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Let's go look at the damn boats going. The ships on the sea, on the damn sea. I wanna go look at the damn ships on the sea. Glance at the moon with me. It's as bright as it ought to be. It's bright as shit. What am I telling y'all? People are gonna be going crazy this weekend. It's gonna be a full moon. People are gonna be in full Christmas crazy on a full moon, and I'm gonna be damn hanging out with Mother Nature. So y'all already know what it is. I turn into a werewolf when shit goes south. I sure do. I turn into a crazy woman. Let me fix this. I had to layer. I was trying to make it look cute. How does that go to this? I don't know, but listen. If you're a 90s kid, you get it. If it's not tucked, I don't want it. Somebody asked me, and they were like, why do you tuck your shirt like that? What you talking about? You didn't grow up in America. I see. They didn't. That's why they didn't know why I was doing it. Can y'all see? Why does it do that? The front camera, look at the difference. Yeah, Andrea, you know that the 21st, there goes Bubba and Forrest. They probably been out here since this morning. Hell, I probably watched them damn go by. Winter solstice is on the 21st of December. Look at all the rockets in the sky. Rocket Man, Rocket Man. What was that movie from the 80s where the guy had the rocket pack on his back and he could, like, was it called Rocket Man? And he could actually fly with the backpack on him. This water, let's look for dolphins. It's cold as shit. This is miserable. But, you know, if I was up north, it'd be damn 30 degrees cooler. So, at least I have palm trees to keep me occupied. Great American Hero? No, it was from the 80s and early thousands. It was from the 80s or the 90s. And he wore a rocket pack and he could, like, fly up in the sky. And then there was these, I think there was a little boy that played in it and he had a wagon. Y'all, it's an old movie. It's like a classic kid movie. It might be American Hero, but I thought it was something Rocket Pack or Rocket Man or... No, not Jimmy Neutron. This had real people in it. Humans. Y'all, what the fuck is that over there glittering? Yo. What the fuck is that? Do y'all see that glittering? Rocketeer. Thank you. Stuka? It's my best educated guess. Non-educated. What are those? I'm sorry, I'm shaking. I had a lot of caffeine today. Or that's those drones. Shut the fuck up. No way. I'm sorry. I'm joking when I say that. When I be telling y'all, shut the fuck up, I'm joking. Shut the fuck up, in the words of Fred Durst. No way. Look, not me going closer to the danger. Look, the one time, usually I'm talking about white people being stupid in scary movies. Here I am. The aliens got me. And be like, how was she killed? Well, she was chasing aliens all over the island. Y'all see that? That's an orb. No, it's not. I see like lights on it. That's weird. They've saw them in a bunch of states. You know what? Note to self. I need to get that list together. Indiana, Missouri, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York. Where else? Wyoming. There's a bunch of places, y'all, that have those damn drones. Here comes the ferry. Jennifer Ann didn't go out today. It's a beautiful little ship. I could live on that, y'all. Contently. Content as hell. Florida's nice. I love Florida. That's where I am now. It's my stomping grounds. I'm literally shivering, y'all. Look at the cars on the front. We're about to get back in the truck, girl. We're riding down to the other part of the ocean because I want to see this with the ocean in front of me. There's nicer parts, but I don't go down there because it's damn drug addicts and stuff down there. You got to be careful, y'all. Just these small interactions. Yeah, I know. I know. It's freezing. These small interactions that you have with these people out here, you got to be careful because, you know, when people are on drugs, they are definitely self-motivated, you know, and when you're dealing with, and I'm not saying that drug addicts are bad because I used to be on drugs heavily. I did heroin for damn 2 decades. Sober from heroin. And look at my prison record and see when I got out, blah, blah, blah. But I'm not saying drug addicts are bad. I'm not saying drug addicts are bad, but going back to what I was talking about before, when you're dealing with people that you know are operating their lives in their own self-interest, they're not going to have your interest at heart or care about your feelings or care about what you want or, you know, do you get what I'm saying? So the same thing goes with drug addicts. And drug addicts are a little worse off than other people in society that are operating under their own self-interest, because drug addicts have the addition of drugs to kind of manipulate them in a different sense, and it's going to be different for every drug. Methamphetamine, in my opinion, is probably the worst of the worst. You're dealing with a very potentially dangerous person. I mean, I'm just being honest. Meth freaks me out, dude. I don't want to deal with anybody that's on that shit. The quickest way to get me to run from you is to tell me that you know somebody that's doing meth, or you're doing meth, or you're acting like you're on meth. And I know how to spot the difference between trauma, like myself, and methamphetamine use. It's not rocket science, you know. And someone such as myself who suffers with CPTSD, I can recognize that stuff. But, yeah, people who are doing drugs, there's a lack of morals and values. You know, the self-respect is lacking, and that makes people dangerous. It makes people dangerous. You got to be careful dealing with people like that. That's why anytime I have these interactions and I know people are on drugs, I immediately start running from them, because you have to. You absolutely have to. You can't be out here trusting any and everybody. And then also people with drug problems. You got to be careful. I guess that used to be a pier and it's not anymore. Hi, Sensei. Is it Sensei? I forget. Sensei. I'm a freaking idiot. I guess the pier got washed away. I don't fucking know what happened. We going to bed. Oh, look at that duck, y'all. That ain't no damn duck, Brooke. You're a dummy. They don't swim in ocean. He looks like a damn duck, y'all. You see him? He got a big-ass beak and everything. Look, these men fishing, and that duck is just chilling. He said, I'll take some of your bait, sir. Damn, I wish I could get me an old damn Power Stroke like that, boy. A 4-door Power Stroke. Hell yeah, my daddy had one. He had several of those Fords. He always had a nice truck. We never damn... He always had a nice truck, but they was always struggling and didn't know if they had money to put food on the table. But Daddy always had a nice damn sports car and truck. Make it make sense. See, that's what I'm saying. That's logical. To look back on your life, most people should be doing that. So what was the problem? We were poor. Dirt poor. Mama was always stressed about money. Daddy was always in a bad mood about money. He was a freaking grouch, brute of a man his entire life. So when I think about that, oh, we're always stressed about money. We grew up poor. Why were we poor? Why were we poor? Where was our money going? Then I look at, Daddy always had a nice car. Daddy always had a nice truck. You know? Yeah, that's what you should do as an adult. You know, so that you can better guide yourself through life, is analyze what you've been through, how you grew up, your relationships, your friendships, your career, everything. What you've lived through, what you've experienced. You have to analyze that in order to grow. If you just go through things and live through things and you don't think about what happened and analyze them to grow from them, your life is meaningless. There's no purpose to even be on earth. It's all purposeless. You're going to go to hell anyways because you're not growing. And the only way to grow is through knowledge, virtue, doing right when no one is looking is the whole purpose of life. Leaving a legacy, something positive, bringing a light to the world in some sense, making the world a better place. That's what life is about. That is the meaning of life. That will bring you more happiness than anything else that is material or person on this earth. And if it doesn't, if doing good for others doesn't make you happy, then you're probably a fucking psychopath. Seriously. If you get happiness from seeing someone else sad, if you get happiness from seeing someone else fall, you got some psychological issues, honey. Because never have I ever, even to like my enemy, people that I absolutely hate, people that I used to do drugs with, that were mean to me, that would bully me, that would call me names, that would make it seem like I was somebody I wasn't. When I found out they died, I actually felt bad for them. Not once did I say, oh, that's what they deserved, or, oh, that's the life they chose to. Never that. It's always, oh my God, not another victim of opioids, not another victim of childhood trauma, not another victim of their upbringing and circumstances. You know? Because that's what we all are. We're all, you know, life is suffering. That's Buddha. Buddha said that, who was a philosopher, and also, they worship Buddha. What is that, Hinduism? Listen, I know they worship Buddha, honey, and he was important. I think it's Hinduism. No, is it Buddhism? Brooke, it's Buddhism. Oh my God, I'm an idiot. I'm so stupid. What was I about to say about Buddha? Buddha said that life is suffering. Life is suffering. So That's what life is. It's just dealing with it and trying to leave a world a better place. I was about to say something else, though. Life is suffering. It's just how you manage it. But also, you're going to suffer regardless. Because that's what life is. It's hell on earth. But it's crazy how that plays back into Christianity, because God knew that we would have all of these temptations. He knew that we were surrounded by evil. He knew that there would be lust and envy and gluttony, and people were going to be, breaking his sins and all of these things. And his test to us was to follow him, follow his word, preach his word, teach his word. It's crazy how philosophy goes back into theology. I mean, it's really mind-blowing, because I didn't even know what theology was before Monday. Like, I study religion. That's what's crazy. Nobody called it that. They just call it the study of world religion in college, bruh. I don't think, they probably said theology, but, you're not really listening when you're 22 or 25 or whatever. You're just there. I don't know what I was doing before 30, but the study of religion and the meaning of life, there's more to it. It's the practice of religion, the study of religion. It's the study of the meaning of life, essentially. How that's tied into different religions. But it's crazy because theology, psychology, and philosophy all have a way of meeting each other in my mind. I don't know if that's normal, but yes, the infinity. That's how I look at philosophy, theology, and psychology. We need to put more emphasis on philosophy, because that's how we can teach people. That's how we can build people up, teach them how to love themselves, teach them the meaning of life. They want them to become stupid. They don't want them to read. That's why 1 in 3 students can't even read anymore. They're not reading on grade level. We got high schoolers reading on 5th grade level across this country. I remember going into the library and asking where the philosophy section was, and the woman looks at me and goes, "Philosophy?" And me, being me, I'm like, shit, did I say it with an accent and she didn't understand? I said, "Yes, ma'am, philosophy." She's like, "Oh, it's over there." So I go over there, and that's fiction. So then I'm asking the people in fiction where the reference and philosophy sections are. They tell me elsewhere, so I climb up the whole flight of steps. It was not up there. Come back down, ask an additional person. They finally guide me to the right selection. But think about what I'm telling you right now. I am in a multi-story library with multiple librarians, and none of these librarians knew where the book sections were in this building. Put me in, coach. Every day will be an amazing day with peace and quiet and books. Please hire me. Put me in, coach. It would be the perfect job. Seriously. Talk about solitude. It's heaven. It's heaven on earth. Like, if I could find a job where I could just read all day, oh my God. I guess I kind of have that. It's just, for me right now, I'm starting to see that the more I immerse myself in this type of literature and information, that the more I retain. But I still have a problem articulating the things that I'm learning. But I do think that I can get better if I just immerse myself more. I have a huge interest in philosophy and psychology. We've covered on this channel time and time again. I constantly talk about psychology. But I didn't know how God and philosophy played into that. You know, it's crazy because, you know, I've told you guys before, like, I just feel alone because of my beliefs, because of how empathetic I am and how serious I am, like, about certain things. And then I find Socrates. I mean, it's no coincidence that God introduced me to him when he did. It was at the perfect time. Like, if I would have found Socrates and Carl, all of that 6 months ago, I wouldn't have been ready. Like, I was still on Jordan then, and I was still getting my introduction into psychology. I needed to go through psychology to find myself, in a sense, in order to even be able to latch on. Do you see what I'm saying? To philosophy. I had to do some self-healing and find myself a little more for the whole year and a half. It's been a year and a half since I found Jordan. But I needed to do some self-healing and development before I would have mentally been open to philosophy. Like, it happened at the perfect time. Thanks, Alexis. Oh, be safe, Andrea. I hope you have a good night. I hope to hear back from you soon. I'll try to be more in a timely manner next time. Oh, Lord. It was the whole jail thing. It took me over a month to deal with that whole situation. Like, psychologically, I don't think I dealt with the whole jail thing until I got out of jail. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't even hit me. I kind of just laid down and took it because I didn't know what to do. I was mentally distraught. Yeah, well, I have a sleeping bag. You too. You too. Everywhere's cold. Everywhere is cold. Oh, God. You know, that's another thing. Something about the internet that I've noticed. A lot of people that come here and spread hate and have something negative to say, it's literally, sadly, some of the only human interactions that these people have. When someone is that bitter and they don't even know somebody and they come and they start spreading hate and calling names and stuff like that, that's a level of immaturity that you only see in someone who is completely ignorant. Like, this whole thing, y'all, this philosophy shit has just blown my mind wide open. Because everything that he taught, I wholeheartedly agree with. Socrates, everything he taught, I've felt my whole life, and I've been punished and ridiculed, beat, because I agreed with Socrates, but I didn't even know who he was. That's the crazy part. That's the freaking intense part, is to read somebody's philosophy and wholeheartedly agree, and that's what you've been trying to say to everyone you've ever met. That's what life should be. I look back on, like, you know, relationships and stuff, and I was grasping for straws, being with people who would never get me because they're not capable of the level of empathy and love and courage and feelings. Like, they're not capable of that. Some people are just not going to be on your level, and you got to learn to not be desperate and just leave those people in the dust. Because what's going to happen is you're going to wake up at 30 something years old and realize that if you would have been focusing on yourself, you'd be so much fucking farther in life. I was looking for love in all the wrong places from the time I left home until I got sober 4.5 years ago. I thought I knew what love was, and I have been in love before, but it was not a healthy love. It wasn't a healthy relationship. It wasn't a respectful relationship. It wasn't an honorable relationship. It was a surface level relationship with two kids that didn't know shit about the world, you know? It's not a bird. It's some kind of it's not a duck. It's a seagull. Patience. Patience, patience. Who else is trolling? Oh. It's important to, that's another thing that I think I've learned in the past 4.5 years. I recognize how I let my own lust and desires steer me in the wrong direction when I would meet people. They wouldn't give me space, and they would interject themselves into my life and be touchy-feely, kissy, handsy, all of that touchy-feely shit way too quick. I recognize now. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. That's not normal. It's not normal. It's not normal to be fucking making out in a movie theater on your first fucking date. If you think it is, I'm sorry, but it's not. It's not. You know, physical intimacy, in my opinion, if you're not going to be a hardcore damn religious nut like me and try to, you know, sustain from those kind of actions, if you have to have sex, if you must give in to lust and desire, therapists, psychologists recommend waiting like 90 days to have any kind of intimacy with a new partner, first of all. The reason that you would allow that type of time is to get to know who you're dealing with. But y'all all know that I am like, you know, I'm like, you should not have sex till marriage. And listen, the great thing about maybe doing this later in life is you already have like sexual awareness, number one. But number two, this is about maturity. If somebody has a problem with you saying no, you need to tell them adios, because that's not a mature person. You know, I don't know. I just view things differently than I ever have. Oh, Lord. Yeah, anything that's we don't do fake over here. If you can't say it to one of our faces, then you don't belong here with us. I was thinking about that too. I was like, well, maybe people just don't know how to be real. Like, maybe I need to, like, y'all remember when that dude had that remember when that dude back in the day, he made that crazy girl chart, and he's like, if she's this hot, then she's this crazy. Y'all remember that? And he created a whole diagram, and he's like, if she's a 7, then she's going to be a 7 crazy. I need to create some kind of scale like that to teach people how to be real and authentic. I feel like the internet has made it a lot worse. People, you know, they come to the World Wide Web, they say shit, and then you see them in person and they ain't got shit to say. They don't even recognize that they're cowards. That makes you a coward. I want to be clear. I don't make the rules. If I'm saying something, if I'm telling a lie here, then tell me where the lie is. But to say something over a computer screen from many miles away, and then hypothetically you see this person and you're smiling like you're their best friend, you're at the bottom of the barrel when it comes to personality traits, honey. That's a coward. That's a fake friend. That's what we call two-faced. It'd be the same as if, like, me and you are dating and you got a best friend, and me and your best friend is texting behind your back, but me and you are dating. That's as crooked as it comes. That's betrayal. That's, back in damn Rome, they would have damn stoned your ass for that. That's all I'm saying. They should have. Because that's fake. That's a coward. That's inauthentic. Is that a word? Inauthentic. Y'all know what I mean. It's not being authentic. Maybe I need to come up with like some stories. That's what I need to do. I need to sit down and write some hypothetical stories to show people how to fucking behave out here. Because I really just don't think that they know what being real is. I don't think that they know what being honest is. I don't think people lie to themselves every day over everything. They don't know. They don't know what loyal is. Look at the world that we have built. Look at the hookup culture, instant gratification. You can jump from marriage to relationship and nobody says shit. You face no consequences for your actions, at least not from society, because they're doing the same shit. Yeah, I need to write some courageous stories and do like a reading and like put into words and use my character as the basis for the stories. What I would do, how I behave, the type of friend I am, the type of loyal partner that I am. That's what I need to do. I've been thinking about how to like, and I've been thinking about this for a while, actually. This is not a new idea. I've been thinking about for a while doing something like that. I don't know. It's just kind of sad that people are not teaching their offspring to behave this way. And this is why the world's getting worse, you know. It's crazy because, oh God, what's his name? I just said it. Damn it. The man that hated Socrates, and I can't remember. Anyways, this other philosopher who absolutely hated Socrates, he openly admitted that if we did not have religion, that the world would fall into shambles. People would become nihilistic and kill each other, and the world would just turn into a shithole. I mean, it's already a shithole, and we have 10,000 religions in the world. Without religion, it would be completely caveman style out here. It would be the purge. It would be without law and order in Jesus. This would not be the world that it is, even in its current state of being a pile of shit. You know, not all is bad, but the majority is. Damn, what was his name? Anyways, he admitted, even though he was an atheist, even though he didn't believe in God and the good of, virtue and the good of mankind, he openly admitted that without God and without religion, that the world would fall. And it has. It definitely has. It's so pretty out there, ain't it? This light. There we go. It just gets prettier and prettier. No, real and authentic is not left up to interpretation. Being real and authentic, it's being truthful. It's not putting on a show. You're not using a persona. You're not acting in a certain manner just to get the appreciated respect from others. Like you're not acting in a certain way to get what you want from others. You're not operating on self-interest. You're operating on virtue. You're operating on truth. So, no. Being authentic, very few people are capable of doing that. Most people have their store face, their phone voice. You know what I mean? Most people, when they go out into society, they have their face for society, and then they have their home life. Being authentic is being oneself at all times, regardless of the situation. Being authentic is knowing what you stand for and who you are, and having enough respect for yourself to implement your principles, morals, and values in everyday life, despite the fact of how others are going to judge you or mistreat you. That's being authentic. Very few people are capable of doing that anymore, in my experience, that I meet on a daily basis out in the free world. And matter of fact, for instance, I recently asked someone if they believed in religion, if they were a Christian. And they're like, no, I don't believe in all that shit. And I said, oh, well, that's interesting. I'm a Southern Baptist. I was raised in the church. I'm a diehard Christian. The quickness that they switched up their opinion. They're like, oh, no, I'm a Christian too. I'm a Christian too. That's that fake shit I don't like. Don't change your opinion thinking that it's going to change my mind. If anything, I ask because I simply want to know more about you, number one. I also want to know more about your culture. If it is something different, let's say Hinduism or Muslim or whatever. I don't know. I want to learn more about you. So that's why I ask. But the root of it is absolutely, I need to know if you have any sense, morals, values, any of that. And there's no denying that without Christianity, most people would not have the foundation of morals and principles without it. Christianity is added to the good of the world. There's no denying that. There's certain bad parts about Christianity, like the Catholic Church, molesting boys and damn hurting young girls that were given birth. You know, there's the bad side to it too. But all in all, if not for Christianity, humanity would not be what it is now, even in its shit state. I used to think that the world could get better, and that's a complete contradiction of what Revelation says. And reading Socrates, that like, why am I trying to make, like, honestly, I want to make the world better. That's like my responsibility at this part in my life, is to try to develop myself in some sense to help others not make the same mistakes that I did. But I wholeheartedly, when I started this channel, was like, oh, I can make the world a better place. The world has got to get better. We can come together and make the world a better place. No. That's not the reality. That's not truth. That's not reality. Things will never get better. Things will continuously get worse until Jesus comes back. That's the reality. It talks about in Revelations. Hell, 50 years from now, we might be getting computer chips in our forehead. We ain't that far from it. Revelation talks about how the end of times, nobody will have respect for themselves or each other. Things that should not be celebrated will be honored and celebrated in the streets. People that should be celebrated and appreciated will never be. You know, the good of the world will be destroyed. The bad of the world will be celebrated. Look at the world that we have. You know, it talks about essentially technology and shit. Look at the world that we have. Technology is taken over. Self-interest has taken over. No one believes in anything higher than themselves. Everybody thinks that they're smart as shit. Everybody thinks that they have all this knowledge and they know everything and they're so full of wisdom. And everybody thinks that, you know, which is crazy. I mean, first of all, Socrates says, you know, the only way to live life is to realize that you know nothing and that you're ignorant. And I've said that since I started this channel, which is even crazier. I'm always like, God, I'm so dumb. God, you know, what would have happened if I actually would have went to school? What would have happened if I had an education like normal kids? Like, you know, but I'm always saying how I'm dumb. And the first step to self-growth is to realize that we're all completely ignorant. We are all completely ignorant. You know, but then I hear Jordan in the background saying, yeah, but you have street smarts. I saw a thing with him yesterday. And he was talking about how people who live in the streets, they're more, they live a faster pace of life. They're quicker on their feet. They're quicker to respond. They have this quickness about them. They're able to survive better than people who didn't grow up on the streets. There's certain things in life that you can only, certain knowledge in life that you can only obtain by going through it. And being homeless, being on drugs, going through trafficking, going through all of the things that I've gone through, most people will never experience that because they never make it to the bottom like I was at the bottom. I'm appreciative of what I learned in that time while I was on drugs. I'm appreciative of it now. Because if I wouldn't have went through it, you know, from 16 to my early 30s, I might have went through that now, you know? And I would be worse off going through that in my 30s than I was as a teenage girl at 16. So, I guess everything happens for a reason. I just know that one day, I want to be able to articulately deliver to people who are struggling the meaning of life, what will bring them life, how to get clean, how to stay clean. I don't know why they don't teach Socrates in fucking rehab, bro. Do you know what that would do to a fucking struggling addict that's coming off of heroin? If you would have told me that, I would have fucking cried for a week. The whole reason I was doing drugs was because of the loss of virtue in the world. I felt so fucking alone. I felt like I had to. I felt like it was the only life for me because I didn't know how to figure life out on my own. What I wanted in my youth was impossible. A family, college, normalcy, a career, children, to settle down and be with the same person till I die. All of that was unobtainable because of my economic circumstances, because of my upbringing, because of my lack of knowledge on how to obtain those things in a healthy manner. I don't know. It could have been life-changing for me to find that information, these people earlier. But once again, without the exposure psychologically to Jordan and his guidance, I don't think that I could have grasped it. So everything happens for a reason. But that's the stuff we need to teach children. That's the history we need to teach. It helps you think. For, I don't even know. Like, it literally, I just keep circling back. Because it's what I've always felt, you know, it's what I was taught in the church, is that we're supposed to help others. We're supposed to do unto others like we want to be done. And I've always practiced that. But what they don't tell you is it's really hard to be a good person when you are surrounded by people that don't know how to be good people. And that's what the drug world, the strip club world, that whole seedier side of life, they're lost in a sense until they're able to get clean. And most don't get clean. Most end up in jails, institutions, and death. Lord. Maybe I can get involved in NA, y'all. I was looking at the meetings today. Maybe I can get involved in NA, like, and do, like, speaker meetings and stuff and talk about, like, philosophy and stuff. I mean, obviously, I would have to practice and write speeches and, like, actually apply myself a lot more than I do now. But I just don't understand why they don't teach this to the common person, because... Well, they don't teach this because they're trying to destroy the world, Brooke. Look at what they're doing. They're putting pornograph on the damn kids' bookshelves and teaching teachers to damn teach indoctrination. How much more proof do you need that we're, like, literally slipping into hell on earth? Hell on earth. Without the good in the world, without the good in the world, there's no reason to even be here, you know?
But once again, that goes back to God's test to us. God's test to us. Yes, yes, yes. Did you know that he had like his inner dialogue at the time? They didn't know what that meant. Like, you know, the voice in your head. He called it his daemon, which they said it was his demon, which is, yes, it's the same thing. But also, daemon, the word democracy is rooted in daemon. Demon. Jordan said that. That's what Jordan said. And I was like, how is that even possible? We'll have to Google that one day. Yeah. It's demonic, man. The shit we got going on this earth. I just feel bad for, like, you know, my family, what family I have left, my kids. Like, I'm gonna cut this out for a second. We're gonna go down to that other one because there's people in over here. Y'all see these cars looking in my damn windows with the light on. Y'all gotta let me know some ideas. That one guy told me, he said, I think it was John. Was it John that told me to look into Von Burnt? It's B-R-U-A-N, or it's B-R-A-U-N. It's pronounced Brown, but he was the guy that worked for Hitler. I need more content like that. Good night, Deborah. Love you. Be safe out there. I'm going in like 45 minutes. It's only 6:13 on the East Coast. Look at my y'all. I used to have blonde hair. That's when I was bigger too, and her face is bigger. I was a chunky monk. My nose ring and stuff. It kind of looks like me. Well, I think her face is I was bigger. That's why her face is fat. That's why it's wide and not long like mine. Because that's what I looked like at the time. Oh, God. You be safe tonight. I'm going by 7 o'clock. No, I'm trying to cut it off. God. I don't even know how to cut the damn thing off. Hello, hello. Hello. So, I think, going back, so, I don't know if you the ladies in the chat, if y'all have noticed that when men say weird stuff, I automatically block them because you have to set the standard in life. And see, that's the problem with YouTube, is that most creators have allowed whatever to happen in that chat. The hitting on, the feet pic requests, the naked pictures request. I'm not putting up with that. You got to set the standard in life, and I want creators to know that we have got to come together and stop this shenanigans. The bullying, the online bullying. Listen, I don't have moderators because I do things the right way. I want to do things the right way. I try to do things the right way. I'm not perfect, but I'm a whole of a hell lot better than I used to be. And I would love to have a moderator, but I can't trust people right now, number one. Number two, a moderator deserves, at the very least, minimum wage. You know, 35, 40 grand a year. And I just want to be able to provide that for somebody while they're providing me a service. And we have either a friendship or a trust. You know, like we have trust. Like that's another thing. If we don't have trust, then I can't hire you. Plain and simple. But, sorry. It's imperative to have people in your life that you trust. Imperative. And I've never had that. I've never had that. Even my own mother, my own father. The only person that I could ever trust was my grandma Mildred. And maybe my mama. My mama, I could have told mama shit. I told mama lots of shit. Mama and my grandma. So only two people I have ever been able to trust in my life. Everybody else has betrayed me and left me out to dry. And then made me look like the bad guy when they were the fucking narcissist. They just enjoyed fucking torturing me you know? And there's so much I want to tell you guys, but, you know, it might be a while because I need to focus on my self-happiness. You know, I feel like when I first started this channel and then I had to move into my car, I was kind of rushing things to come up with content. And it would make me spiral, and like, it's not healthy. It's really hard for someone to look at their worst features, characteristics, and be honest about that. And I've been more than honest about that. And I'm not listening to the negativity. Going back to the sexual comments, the innuendos, all of that. Don't be putting up with that shit. Especially on the, like, in your personal life. The internet's one thing. I can block all the negative. I can block all the drug accusations and stuff because people are confused. But don't block that shit in your personal life. Ignoring the problem will never fix the problem. The only way to fix the problem is to address the problem and come up with a plan of action. Stop accepting the bare minimum from humans. Stop expecting the bare minimum. Life's too short. You're better off alone than dealing with people that you got to worry about stabbing you in the back. And they will, you know, unfortunately, I know when you're young, it seems like the friends that you have are like, you're going to be your friends for life. And y'all are making all these plans to, like, do life shit together. But I can assure you that by the time you're 30, you won't know where none of them fuckers are. Half of them will be dead, if not in jail. And, you know, your early childhood friendships, I wish that I would have vetted my friends better in my early teen years and 20s. I didn't even do no vetting. If you wanted to be my friend, I was your fucking friend. If I did that nowadays, I would be dead. Let's be clear, that's not safe. If I did that now, I would be missing in action. I used to be so welcoming to any and everyone and open up my arms and try to help people and give people rides and pay for people's shit. And stop doing that. Stop letting people walk all over you and use you. And if you're having to deal with somebody and they're using you, you need to figure out a way to get away from them. Because I realize that people, you know, it's hard to just walk away. It's hard to walk away, especially when you're so heavily emotionally, spiritually, mentally, physically involved. You know, it's hard to walk away, especially if you're anything like me and you've been, you know, maybe wrapped up in the cycle of abuse for, you know, over 20 years. It's hard to let go of the past, but you have to in order to heal. You can't keep going through the same insanity expecting a different result. It'll never get better. And matter of fact, like I said earlier, when you're dealing with people in your circle that are manipulating you, hurting you, blah, 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 you're never going to be able to progress forward. You're going to be stuck dealing with that psychological, physical, sexual, whatever kind of abuse it is, just the toxicity itself prevents you from moving forward anywhere. You're stuck in that cycle. You can't advance forward in life and grow still getting abused or psychologically tormented in any way. People don't understand why I stay to myself so much now. That's why, because I might be fucking poor. I might be struggling every day, stressed every day, losing my mind at least once a week. But at the end of the day, when I go to bed at night, there's a peacefulness. There's a peacefulness. It's called serenity. I ain't got to worry about who's screwing me over, who's stealing my life savings, who's trying to swindle my home out from underneath my feet. I ain't got to worry about none of that. I ain't got to be questioning if my best girlfriend is trying to text my old man. I ain't got to worry about if, you know, I don't know, if my landlord is I don't know. I don't have those stresses. I don't even know how to put it into words. Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Them surface level friendships, them surface level family members. Oh, is my Aunt Susan talking to my brother Tim and telling him everything that I just told her? Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. That's fake. If you have a family member that you're confiding in, and that family member then plays telephone with your personal information, that's a fake ass family member. You need to cut that person off. I don't care if it's your mama or your daddy. And actually, don't cut them off. The virtuous thing to do would be to try to have a discussion with that person about how their actions are affecting you. You tell them, hey, Aunt Susie, why are you telling my cousin Tim or my brother Tim everything that I tell you? Do you not realize that I tell you this information in confidence? Now, whether or not this person is able to have that conversation rationally, logically, and communicate properly is whether or not you need to cut them off or not. If they're able to take your feelings into consideration, realize how their actions have affected your life, and come up with a plan of action to make sure that this never happens again, then Aunt Susie gets to continue to be your Aunt Susie. But if Aunt Susie gets defensive off the gate, doesn't understand why you care that she talks to your cousin Timmy, and refuses to take any responsibility for her actions and will not acknowledge how this might make you feel, then your Aunt Susie is a two-faced cunt that you need to get out of your life. Do you get it? And that goes for everybody. This is your happiness. You are in control of that. It is up to you to keep you safe. No one has the right to make you feel unsafe, intrude on your feelings, and no one has the right, no one's actions should be impacting your life in that manner. If it is, and then they say, oh, I don't know why you feel like this, that's gaslighting, that's manipulation. You need to run from that person. They're unsafe. If they don't care, if they don't respect you, that tells you that they don't respect themselves. Especially if they family. Especially if they family. Like that's the basis, for once again, the bare minimum in life in any relationship: loyalty, honesty, and respect. That's the bare minimum for every relationship. Loyalty, honesty, and respect. If you have those three things, you should be good. But how many people actually have those three things for themselves? So don't be surprised when they ain't got them for you, babe. I just know that I'd rather be alone than deal with any kind of shenanigans I've already dealt with. Let me tell you, I've been through it all. Any lie that you can tell me, I'll sniff that shit out so quick. I'll have random people running up to me at a gas station telling me, girl, he's da-da-da-da-da-da last week. And I was like, so I was right. I was right about every assumption I had. I was right. I should have been a clinical psychologist. Seriously. To be able to meet someone one time and tell you that they are a cokehead who is married. Come on now. Come on now. Tell me I don't have a gift. You lying. You lying. Liar, liar, pants on fire. I smelt it. Maybe I should have been an FBI profiler. Because I said, that boy is on cocaine and he's married. It took me a week and a half to figure it out, but I was right. There's a live on that. That guy is great. That's the guy that I was telling you that was so cool that I met. He's hilarious, y'all. When y'all saw him, he was drunk that day. Like, he was like white boy wasted Channing Tatum drunk, okay? But I talked to him one night. I went in there to use the bathroom, and I came out, and we got to chatting, and he was funny, honey. He was funny. Listen.
Some people you can meet even in full-blown addiction and you can tell that they have a good soul. I just hope he gets clean. That's my wish for him. I don't know what he's into. It ain't none of my business. He told me a little bit. I'm not going to talk about it. I just want him to get clean. And I want him to know that he's worthy of a life well lived and a purpose other than being tormented by evil people. That man has a good soul. And I know that the majority of people that are in active addiction are broken souls. They're broken people. And hurt people hurt people. It's the cycle. I just hope that he gets clean. I hope that I walk into an NA meeting here and he's in there one day. It would literally, I'm literally getting chill bumps. I would probably burst into tears. Some people, you can just feel the goodness radiating off of them even when they're at their lowest of lows. Their worst of worst. It doesn't get much more worse than being on drugs, being on the physical streets. When your life is based around every day just getting money so you can get high. You wake up and the first thing your mind is on is how much money do I have? Number one, do I already have some money that I can go get something? Do I already have? First of all, you wake up and you're like, do I have dope? Then you're like, okay, well, if I ain't got dope, do I have money? Then you're like, how am I going to get money? You know, and I was a stripper, so, you know, I had endless amounts of money. This was back before COVID, so it was real money back then. These girls nowadays, they don't make shit. And most strip clubs are prostitutes now. Strip clubs, they're prostitution rings. It was not like that when I danced. It was a whole different world. I'm not saying I was an angel, but I'm just saying that I wasn't selling ass up in a strip club. I hope he gets clean. Because I can tell he's broken. Like, I can tell that he's deep down. Deep down, he has the desire to do the right thing. And he did. I mean, he told me, he peeped game to me. I was like, what? You ain't telling me nothing I didn't know. I already know. I said, I already called it. For some reason, I know people better than they know themselves. You know what I mean? So, I had already kind of got this feeling. That's another thing, paying attention to people's actions, how they speak, you know, their mannerisms, how grouchy they are. Stuff like that all plays. You know, when people are on drugs, they're grouchy, especially like cocaine and methamphetamine. They exhibit signs that some people are just not keen to pick up on, apparently. But me, I'm a damn walking drug dog. Let me tell you, I be sniffing that shit out by people's behaviors, their behavioral patterns, and what they talk about. Like that man that murdered his girlfriend. Well, the firefighter that murdered the EMS worker, strangled her. She was pregnant. He didn't want nobody to know she was pregnant. He didn't want to have to afford the baby. He didn't want nothing to do with the baby. And when investigators found her dead body and this poor baby who was full term, due in 2 days to be induced, they pulled this dumbass in for questioning. And the first thing out of his mouth was that he was at her house to talk about finances. I find that interesting because the whole reason he killed her was because he didn't want to finance this child. He didn't want to have to pay child support. He didn't want the financial responsibility of this kid. And so he strangled her to death and then started a fire to make it look like she was killed. And, you know, there was no soot in her lungs. So he's an idiot, you would think. A firefighter would know that there would need to be soot in the lungs for her to die from smoke inhalation. But, you know, ignorance is ignorance. And stupid people do not know that they're stupid. They actually think that they're smarter than other people. That's the ironic part. Oh, God. Ask someone. That's a great date question. How smart are you? And see what they say. Because if you ask me that, I'm going to be like, listen. I don't come from the best upbringing. My parents were not very educated. And because of that, I'm not very educated. I'm not a complete idiot. I do have a set of street smarts that I rely on a lot. But when it comes to intelligence, I'm not a very smart woman. But ask someone, how smart are you? How smart do you think you are? That's a good indicator on like ego and self-centeredness and motivation, in my opinion, you know. Some people wouldn't even be able to answer that question. There's people I've dated that I would probably ask that to, and they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about right now? Like, God, I look back and I'm just like, what was I doing? I guess that was the early 2000s. Y'all know, if you grew up in the early 2000s, then you know that the early 2000s was like the Ja Rule and like backwards caps and like Air Force Ones and like, you know, all the boys had this fake swag with the American Eagle and the baggy pants, and like, it makes me want to throw up now, but like, that was the culture back then, you know, like the bad boy. There was the boy bands that done it for us. It was the boy bands, NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, you know, Boys to Men, LFO, freaking 98 Degrees. Like, that's what done it. That's what, in my mind, that's what put me into the bad boy phase, you know. And it wasn't that I liked bad boys, because I didn't. The guys I dated were not necessarily like criminal bad boys. A few of them. My daughter's father, absolutely the epitome of a prison inmate. Like, bad boy. Like, what the fuck? Talk about desperate, man. And now, looking back, psychologically speaking, it makes sense why it didn't work at all. It's just, and that's what your relationships are supposed to be. Your failed relationships. You're supposed to look back and say, what did I do wrong? What went wrong here? You're supposed to analyze that relationship when it fails. And not just the other person, but more or less yourself, what you did wrong. But also, once again, it goes back to ensuring that you're dealing with the right type of person. And that starts with questioning, conversation, getting to know someone, and not immediately just jumping in the bed with someone. Relationships are stepping stones towards the person that you're meant to be with. Now, it would be ideal to meet somebody in high school, get married, and settle down. Absolutely. But this is the modern world. This is not 1942 anymore. Because of technology, because of the lack of parental guidance, because of the lack of God, relationships are just like everything else out here in the world. They're getting worse. And because people are more self-motivated, the lack of stability in relationships is to be expected. When people don't know themselves, they shouldn't be dating. And most people, because they're motivated by self-interest, they're just jumping into bed with people, hoping that it works out. Now, a lot of people are into hookup culture now. That blows my mind. I'm sorry. I come from a different damn time. I personally can't meet someone and then hop into bed with them now. Like, I could never. We ain't even holding hands on the first date. If you try to kiss me, you gonna get mushed. I need a full biological name, a social security number. I got to run a background check. Listen, and I got the background, baby, but I'm still running that check. I don't give a shit. You know why? Because I know me. I don't care what that record says. That's a child that had no guidance and everything against them in the world. It's a miracle that I'm not in prison for the rest of my life. It's a miracle that I've even come to my senses and grew and developed and thought about these things. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. It's a miracle that I've been clean this long. It's a miracle that I continue to find strength through God. It's a miracle that I'm not insane after everything I've been through. There's a reason that God has put me through this. And it's not God. That's another thing. That's another Socrates thing. God didn't put me through this. God has not put me through anything that I've been through in my life. That was humans. That was human nature. That was the evil of the world. That was the incompetence and stupidity of the world. That was not God. God's never put me through anything. Yeah, no. That was the world. That's the reality of the world. You know, the thing is, since I can have a conversation with anybody, but usually people are not really open to conversation anymore, you know? People don't want to talk. They don't want to discuss things. They don't want to. Good night. Be safe. House of Kraus. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. I sound like Bugs Bunny. Sweet dreams, folks. What the fuck? Sweet dreams. I'm going to start saying that now. Sweet dreams. That's all, folks. That should be my closing. Sweet dreams. Daffy Duck. Yeah, God's never put me through any of this. I've said that quite a bit on this channel. Why is God doing this to me? Why does God punish me? I just felt like since he was the creator, he allowed it to happen, and I forget that people have free will. That's the whole purpose of being here. It's the world. It's humanity. It's humans. It's evil. Life is suffering. We're all suffering. We all will suffer in our own ways because that's what life is. That's how we handle it and how we find virtue and leave goodness behind. Our moral duty on this earth is to leave the world a better place, to touch lives, to teach about the word of Christ and virtue. I've always felt this way, which is crazy, and it's what's drawn me to Socrates. It's like, as soon as I started reading, I said, oh my God, I knew I was supposed to be born at a different time. Like, if I could just go back to freaking 399, okay? Like BCE, same thing, BC. If I could just go back to like 369 when Socrates was born and be born in like 370, man, I would have found my soulmate. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy, but I would have absolutely found my soulmate. Because everything that he teaches is what I believe, and it's what I've always believed, even since I was a child. It's crazy to put it all into words and actually get like validation. And I really didn't know what philosophy was, if I'm being honest. Like, I've heard of Buddha because, you know, Buddhism. I knew that he was a good man. I've heard of Mother Teresa and, like, you know, certain... I've heard of Aristotle and Plato, but I didn't know what they did. I probably thought they were part of Greek mythology, which I thought was fake because nobody taught me shit. Y'all, I really thought that Zeus and all of them was like a storybook. I thought it was like Harry Potter. I thought Greek mythology was like Harry Potter. And then I find out that Athens, that all of Greece believed in these people, and they were like monuments and stone temples dedicated to the gods. And I'm just like, oh my God, I'm an idiot. Imagine. Nobody ever teaches you shit. It's nice out here. It's super nice. Let me show you. Oh. Turn the camera around. Oh, shit. Hold on. Oh, nope. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Now we can see a little better. I like to watch the boats come through. Let's see if any of them pass through. Fishing at the dock of the bay. I'll be fishing almost every day. Big old star. You know what's crazy is sometimes I ask God, I've had this happen a lot. Look at the Jacks Bridge over there. Oh, you can't see it. It's beautiful at night. I wish my camera did it some justice. Yeah, Zion, don't listen. Everybody grows at different paces. Everybody experiences things different. Everybody goes through things in life that sometimes holds them back developmentally, emotionally, spiritually. What you can't do is get stuck in yesterday and forget to like walk through today to proceed to tomorrow. But you also can't get caught up in planning for tomorrow that you forget to live today. I'm still getting my shit together. Still getting my shit together. And you know, I want a relationship. I really do. But I don't think that I'm ready for a relationship. I really don't. I think that I have a lot of maturing to do. I feel like I need to bring more to the table economically and financially. I don't want to burden anyone with my financial problems. And I've also been in the type of relationships where I've dated a few people that had money and they used that money to abuse me. Anytime there's a power imbalance or a financial imbalance, you have one person that may be older that has money, there's going to be abuse. There's no denying it. There's no escaping it. When there's a power imbalance, you put yourself at risk for getting abused. And I don't want to be in that financial situation ever again. So right now I'm trying to focus on healing and gearing myself towards long-term content. See, that's the problem. I have so many interests in so many different things that I don't know. And you know, maybe I need to open up more channels and dedicate more time to different things. I have such a large palette. Everything from true crime to psychology to philosophy to early childhood development to psychology, once again going back to like the actual DSM, medical diagnoses. I have a huge interest in injustice, people that have been done unjustly by the criminal justice system. As y'all know, we have hundreds of thousands of innocent inmates sitting in prison. Y'all know that that is a huge interest of mine. Also, government agencies, the corruption that we have. There's so many things that I'm so interested in. Rome is one of them. I actually started learning about the Roman Empire, the fall of it. You know, the main reason that Rome fell was because of the exact issues that we have in our country currently, which is crazy. All of the elites were laying around soaking up all the money, not working. Sitting by the dock of the bay, I'll be sitting here almost every day, watching the cars drive away, praying that they make it home safe. I'm just sitting by the dock of the bay. The Roman Empire is just the clothing church. I don't get it. What's the clothing church? I do believe in aliens, Noah. Wonderful question. I do. Hold on, I'm about to turn the light back on. I'm waiting for this car to go past me. I do. I think that the aliens are going to be here any day. I think that they're going to be here. Ain't that crazy? Aliens. Yay. You know what I was thinking? I was like, I would love to get abducted, but that's such an ignorant statement. Think about the worst of the worst. That's what they have the capabilities of doing to you. Experimenting. Y'all think SA would be bad. Imagine being SA'd by an alien. Like, you know? Like, I think that it would be Shakira. Every time I hear that, I'm like, Shakira. Yeah, that's me. Y'all remember that skit? Oh, God. But yeah, I do. Yeah, me too. That's what I'm saying. Me too. They'd be like, oh, let's just off with her head when you're done pulling out her lower intestines to run them through a damn microscope. Off with her head. There's been people that they are already here. I agree, Deborah. I agree. I honestly think my mama used to say that they were in the ocean. And when you really think about it, where's the one place that they could absolutely hide without us ever knowing that they were there? Where have they been spotted? Over the water, the ocean. They're constantly spotted over the water. Who's to say that those spaceships aren't waterproof? Who's to say that there's alien technology. Bob Lazar was doing reverse engineering at Area 4051 with aircraft that had crashed on Earth. And then David Grush said that they have alien bodies. There's something going on. And, I was looking into Nixon today, Richard Nixon. There is tons of alien sightings between the 1940s and the 1970s or 80s. I don't know when Nixon was. Anyways, he covered up stuff. There's been other presidents that have covered up this information. There's actually videos of them from back then. Aliens in the sky. There's tons of videos over the years. There's thousands of sightings. There's probably been millions of sightings, you guys. There's no denying that we're not alone. And, I will not deny that has been making me question my religion lately. I'm like, how does this play into God's plan? Does God talk about aliens? I went and Googled it. I don't know. I just know that I have to believe in something, because if I don't, then I won't be alive. I won't be sober. I won't have the will to strive to do the right things. The only reason, my whole purpose in life is God. My whole meaning of life is God. My whole existence is because of God. And if I don't have that, I don't know who I'll be. And y'all know that I've been fighting with God for the past year because of my economic circumstances, but what would that mean for humanity? Because once again, Nietzsche said, that's his name, Nietzsche. Nietzsche said that without God, the world would fall into chaos. And that's what would happen to me if aliens show up and they're like, hey, we are your leader. I'm gonna have a fucking meltdown. It's over for me. Go ahead and probe me and kill me. My life is meaningless. To find out that we're actually a speck of dust, and so are they. I don't know what implications that has. Here's another thing. Did the aliens engineer us in a lab and then plant us on Earth and watch us evolve? Come on, throw something at me. This is a serious question. What if the aliens made us, dropped us on Earth, and then watched what happened for the past million years? Deborah says, no. I hope not. But if aliens are real, and you know what? When the atomic bomb went off in Hiroshima, after we were attacked, December 7th, 1942, Pearl Harbor. Listen, December 7th, Pearl Harbor, we did a counterattack in Hiroshima, and we dropped the first atomic weapon. I could have some of this wrong. I'm going off of something I read in 2 seconds, to the best of my stupid understanding. The day that we dropped that bomb in Hiroshima, it was the first atomic weapon. The explosion was so large that it could be seen from the outer space. We actually have satellite imagery from when we dropped that bomb. We have satellite imagery from when we dropped the bomb, the atomic bomb in Hiroshima. That day, after the bomb went off in Hiroshima, and you can see the freaking cloud mushroom from outer space from our satellites. Tell me why for the next week there was aliens sighted all over the country. Aliens all over the world. We have pictures of aliens in triangle formation. They're saucers. There's no mistaking what these are. And these pictures were taken when the bomb was dropped in Hiroshima, the day before and the week after. It was such a mushroom cloud to outer space that we had aliens coming to inspect what that explosion was. The explosion from Hiroshima was so bad that we had alien sightings for a week. The day of the explosion, there was multiple sightings. We have physical pictures of that from that time. Yes, the 1940s. And it's crazy how clear the imagery is. You can find this online. Everything I'm talking about, you can find online. The hypothesis is that the mushroom cloud actually, the aliens were like, what is this? Because they can see it from outer space. The hypothesis is that mushroom cloud drew in the aliens for inspection. And there's tons of videos and pictures from that day. And there's tons of saucers flying in formation over Hiroshima, over the Americas, the whole world. It's crazy. The light is still shining in Nevada. No, Brooke, that would mean that God lied to us, but he warned us. That's what I'm saying. See, that's what I'm saying. Thank you, Sensei. I think because I'm so, what's the word, ill-equipped, literature-wise, it has been very difficult for me to understand the Bible. I've tried for the past year to have a closer relationship to God, but I do not understand the Bible. It's very hard for me to read scripture. It's hard for me to retain it. And it's almost like I took the moral character of what he wanted for every individual virtue. I took those moral characteristics as a child, but I didn't comprehend all of the bad stuff that he said at the same time. The fact that, the bad will be celebrated, good will be, destroyed. Deception is going to be so common. That's something that they teach in the Bible at the end of times. He says that no one's going to be authentic. Everybody's going to be evil and self-motivated and full of deception. I forget this. I because of my moral character and my principles and my values, I just believe that everybody has the same because I want to see the best in people. And I'm also an empath. I'm very empathetic. And I forget that, there's bad people in the world. It's hard for me to grasp that. I just want to believe the good in everybody. And I walk into every relationship, endeavor, friendship, even if it's an acquaintance, I just go into that thinking that you're a morally sound person, that you're trying to do good, that you want to be virtuous, that you want to leave the world a better place. But the fact is I look over what God has told me, and God has made it very clear that the world we're living in is going to be full of deceptions, liars, untrustworthy people. It's hard to accept that most people you meet, and we're talking 9 out of 10, baby. 9 out of 10. And that's another thing that Jordan and oh God, what's his name? I just said it. The guy, the N-word, the philosopher, Nietzsche. Now I forgot what I was about to say. Oh, Nietzsche says that most people think they're good. He wrote a book. It's called Good and Evil. I can't even read 5 words. I don't understand. I tried to read a paragraph. And so I pulled out my chalkboard, and all the words I didn't know, I wrote down in the first paragraph, and it was like 5 words. I was like, God, I had to go Google those and then cross-reference them back into the damn paragraph. We ain't there yet. I think that I probably need to start with a literature class. I was thinking about that. I can do 1 or 2 classes online. I have financial aid. Thank you to Metalhead that like sent me stuff about school and stuff. I have financial aid. That's not the problem. I can go back to school tomorrow for free, honey. Sure can. Sure can. I did a semester last year. I made all straight A's. First time I've ever been able to apply myself. First time I've ever been able to sit down and focus on my schoolwork with the intent of doing a good job. First time in my life I've ever felt like I accomplished something that was long-term beneficial towards, my development. It sucks because people don't understand that, yes, my schooling is paid for, but my bills are not. So if I'm going to be going to school 60 to 80 hours a week, because that's how much time it would take for me to go, how am I going to work? How am I going to pay for my bills? How am I going to pay for my gas to get to school every day and back? Now, I can do most of that online, but you still have to go into the campus like once a week. So that's an hour drive there and an hour drive home. It's not as simple as just signing up and doing schoolwork. For me, dealing with mental health issues, it's not that easy. I have to have my bills paid and income streaming in, and then I can focus on school. It's a 3-step process, and that's part of being an adult. See, that's the luxury of being young and having opportunities. You need to take those opportunities up while you can, because there's going to come a day where you're 35 and you want to fucking go back to school and you can't afford to damn do it. You can't afford to damn do it. Who's going to watch your kids? How are you going to go to work? How are you going to work your career and go to school? How are you going to cook dinner and damn wipe everybody's ass when you get off of work, plus do your schoolwork? There's so much that goes to it. Hey, Candy. Oh, God. Why are y'all arguing? Y'all, I need to make my bed. I don't want to do it here, though. Whoa, what the fuck is going on? Hold on. We're missing all the good shit. What is he doing? He just lifted something. Oh, my God. I missed everything good. The helicopter just swooped down and lifted something up. What is that? Oh, that is the helicopter. What the hell is going on? I so nosy, so nosy. Nobody is nosy as me. I so nosy, so nosy. Nobody is nosy as me. Hey, we need to make that a full theme song. The next time I have freaking dirt. Oh, God. That's a whole thing now. I hope I can remember that tomorrow. That's a whole theme song and a half. The next time I have, like, some drama or some tea. Hello, hello. My day was covered in artificial happiness. Artificial happiness. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I wonder how I keep it together being homeless and, like, not being able to damn... I don't know. It's just, I want to get to a place where I have enough money to survive. I just want to be in a place where I don't have to wonder how I'm going to pay my damn $50 storage, or how I'm going to pay my insurance, or how I'm going to, do this and that. It's just a struggle. It really is. I don't understand how people are financially staying afloat. I don't. Unless you're born into nepotism and, you got a middle class family that helps you out. I mean, you're pretty much financially doomed once you leave home in this economy. Like, you can't survive on minimum wage. You can't. I don't know how people are making it. I think that things are a lot worse than people are willing to admit. I think that people, like my day was cloaked in fake happiness. I think that most people's lives are cloaked in fake financial security right now. I think once the Department of Efficiency gets in there in January, we're going to find out that things are 10 times worse than what we thought. But I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I just feel like I'm right because I know how many job applications, job interviews, and callbacks I've gotten in the past 18 months. And there's something going on. I'm not the only one. There's people out here with master's degree that can't even find a job at Subway or McDonald's. So something is going on, not only in the job market, but people are lying. People are lying about how well off they are, how they're financing their lifestyles, and about their future. People are lying to themselves. They're lying to their friends, their family. I think people are worse off than they're willing to admit because they're just trying to keep up with the Joneses, and they're letting their ego and pride get in the way of being honest about how financially destitute their lives are currently. I could be wrong, but we'll see what happens. I haven't been wrong about much. Sorry, there's that ego playing. Sorry. Fucking condescending. That's what it is. Condescending. There's that condescending touch to Brooke. I'll never forget, I was in prison, and there was a sex offender who I didn't know was a sex offender. She was, one of the pretty girls like me, because there's not... Listen, it's just like high school in the prison system. But there was another pretty girl who was a school teacher, and I remember her room was right next to mine. Little did I know, she was a sex offender. She had had sex with her student. I was in prison for busting heads open. I got in a fist fight with two girls when I was 18. It got out of hand. They almost died. They were life flighted. I went to prison for a few years, half a decade. And while I was in prison, I met this girl. Well, I didn't know what she was in prison for, but she was the quiet type, real reserved. Apparently, she came from money, I later find out. And she was having sex with students. Yeah, she was having sex with students. Anyways, one time we got in a conversation and she says, you're very cynical. Or no, not cynical. I just fucking said it. And I've already lost it. She said, you're very condescending. Condescending. I'd never even heard that word before. Like, never even heard the word condescending. It's not even in my parents' family's vocabulary. And when I got out of prison, someone else said, you're very condescending to me. A therapist said that, she says, that you talk to people in a very condescending manner. She said, I think that it makes life confrontational for you. It makes you seem confrontational. And really what it is it's Socratic. It's the Socratic method that I actually speak, in my opinion. I just found this out the other day. It's asking a question to make the subject think about what you're talking about. And y'all know I'm always asking questions. I'm like, why would they do that? Why do you think they did that? Why would she feel that way? I'm always asking that. But to some people, I'm sure that it seems condescending, and I'm sure that I am condescending in a manner. I'm working on that. Baby steps. It's only been a year. Chill the fuck out. You're wanting too much from me too fast. But, and that might not be how you say it. It's Socratic. Yeah, Socratic method is a method of almost being, it's borderline combative, but questionable, like you're questioning, but you're also revealing answers, almost in a preaching manner. And Socrates actually invented this method of teaching, which is what we still use today in lectures. And it's been very beneficial for me to learn under that method of learning, because ironically, I've spoke like that my whole life. So I do think that I'm condescending still. Like, I mean well, but I cross the line. Like I said, that method of teaching is a very fine line. There's a combativeness to it, but I cross the line into full combat. You know what I mean? At least I know that, though. See, most motherfuckers be like, no, I don't have a problem. They turn it around and be like, because of you, I talk like that. You're so defensive, I have to. You lie. No, I mean, I try to be rational, but it's hard sometimes when you're around a bunch of people that are not rational. It makes you digress, and that's why you have to get away from people like that in order to grow. I mean, honestly, I'm so grateful for you guys at this point, because if it was not for y'all, I probably would have completely lost my mind a year ago. If I wouldn't had, the ability to, like, bounce stuff off of y'all and talk to y'all. You know what I mean? Good night, Deborah. Sweet dreams. I'm sorry, I'm just seeing that. Lord, everybody wants to get married and none of y'all need to be in a relationship. No, I'm sorry. None of all of y'all. Just that guy. He doesn't know what boundaries are. Listen, sir, if you've got to send 15 text messages in a minute, you need to do some soul searching. That's borderline obsessive? I don't know what to call it. You lack boundaries. Oh, you lack the ability to read a room. Hold on. I'm trying to think, because it's on the tip of my tongue. When somebody doesn't respect your boundaries like that, and they're just, it's love bombing, first of all. That's another thing. When somebody's showing up in your life and, like, everything seems golden and they're saying all the right things, that don't mean they the right person, baby. That just means that they have perfected manipulation. They saying the shit they think you want to hear. And most of the time, you done told them what you want to hear in simpler form. You know what I mean? You gotta be careful with that shit. Listen, I don't believe nothing that comes out of anybody's mouth at this point. Maybe on the internet, because I can go fact check y'all. But, like, when I'm meeting somebody in person, I take everything with a grain of salt. And I start asking questions. I'm like, oh, really? How long have you been doing that? They'll be like, I work for the FBI. No, I'm joking. I ain't never had anybody tell me that. But if they did, I'm going to be like, oh, really? How long have you worked for the Bureau? You got to play stupid and not ask questions. See, that's the problem. A lot of y'all don't even know how to damn have a conversation anymore. And y'all want a relationship? No. Hell no. You just trying to drag somebody down with your bullshit. If you can't have a conversation, you're not ready for a relationship, friendship, and or full-fledged romantic relationship. See, there's certain things you get down first before you involve people with your bullshit. My life looks like a fucking train wreck because I didn't know this. Nobody told me. And I'm not saying my life looks like this because of other people, but it absolutely has had an impact. And I'm sure my actions have impacted others. Now, have I ever blatantly outright harmed someone? Absolutely not. But has my self-destruction, poor attitude, ignorance, poor ability to control my emotions, untrustworthiness, has that contributed to harming someone? Yes, you know. But intentionally, absolutely not. It was mainly incompetence and blind ignorance that led me to unintentionally, as a byproduct, hurt other people. You know what I mean? It's important to analyze the relationships that you've been through in order to make progress in new relationships, or if you're anything like me, to find the one. You know, you can't go to relationship after relationship after a relationship expecting a different result, because all you're doing, and you can, but you're going to be living in insanity. You're going to be living in chaos. The definition of insanity is to do the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. That's why drug addicts live in insanity. They wake up every day with the intention of getting high, and they do it over and over, expecting things to change or get better, and it never does. The definition of insanity is to repeat the same behavior over and over, expecting a different result. It's no different when you apply that philosophy to dating. If you're just jumping from one relationship to the other, and you're not self-evaluating, you're not developing your sense of self, knowledge, if you're not growing, you're just living in insanity. And there comes a point where you start dragging people down with your bullshit. You know, I don't think in my case that's ever been the case, because I've never dated anyone that even held 1/20th of the level of awareness that I do. I've dated people that were completely incapable of holding a conversation, completely incapable of taking responsibility for their actions. See, I'm an empath, and now through years of therapy, I've realized that I gave a lot of chances to people that were not worthy of me to start with. And that's why self-worth and self-esteem is so important, because if you have those things, you won't fuck with losers, women or men. Women or men. This applies to both sexes. There, you know, psychology it's a human thing, not a sex thing. Sure, there's different things that men and women do. What is it? Women are from Venus, men are from Mars, blah, 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 blah. I might have that backwards. But on a human level, everything that I'm talking about applies to both men and women. There's no... Yeah. There's no, discrimination, honey. Oh. What does a silver tongue mean? I gotta damn take this makeup off. Ah! I like to lost it. God, it's 7 o'clock on the dot. I'm in my black top, jumping on Wi-Fi. Where is my damn something to wipe my face? I got a real juicy little story that's waiting for you. Pull up a chair, let down your hair. Oh God, I forgot the rest. I've been writing a theme song for this channel. you know, the cheesier, the easier. Hold on, what did they say? The cheesier, the easier. No, something about the cheesier, the easier it goes down or something. I can't remember what she say. Y'all know who I'm talking about. The lady that does the little cooking videos. Y'all know who I'm talking about. She funny. She's like the other guy. She's like, you know, the guy that's like, ooh, my guts are bubbling. It's like his sister, but not really. It's a black lady. She funny. And she does all commentary for food videos. Love her and him. They are funny. He looks out the kitchen window and he's like, ooh, my gut is a bubbling. And it'd be the weirdest recipes. But then she does kind of similar. I need to get this shit off. The aliens are coming. I mean, if they do, fuck it. Listen. I've kind of already made my peace with God. And even if the aliens are real and they came and they killed us all, I'm still going to have to believe in God. You know what I mean? Like, I'm still going out with Jesus by my side, honey, because he told me it was going to be all right. And I have to believe that it's going to be all right. I'm going to die anyways. I better go out and die and believe it. At least I have a little damn faith that something good will happen at the end. I mean, what does that mean if aliens are real? And the Bible's real. Does anybody know? What does that mean if aliens are real? What does that mean for Christianity, for all religion? What does that mean? If the aliens, if we wake up in the morning and all the skies are full of damn drones the size of damn school buses, what does that mean for humanity as far as, yeah. Because once again, Nietzsche says, without Christianity, humanity would fall. It would be complete chaos. So, you know, a man that was completely nihilistic agrees that Christianity is more beneficial than not. I don't know. I do think that there's more evidence to support. Y'all know I'm an evidence girly. I go off of evidence, facts. Facts don't care about your feelings. Ben Shapiro's little sister. No, that's Brett. That's Brett. They could be twins. Love Brett. There's more evidence to support extraterrestrial life form on this earth and clearly other planets than not. You would be lying to yourself to deny the evidence. There's been crop circle after video evidence after Air Force pilot sighting after whistleblower come forward talking about the fact that we have secret programs that are dedicated to reverse engineering UPAs and that we have extraterrestrial biologics. We have bodies. We have extraterrestrial bodies in a basement somewhere in the middle of fucking Roswell, probably. There's more evidence to support it than not. I believe Lazar. I believe David Grush. I believe all of these whistleblowers. And I also believe every person that ever says they were abducted by aliens. It's crazy to think about. It really makes me question religion in a little sense. Maybe I need to dive into that. Maybe there's a history of extraterrestrial life form during biblical times. If there was, I'll be able to find it. But, you know, did the Bible talk about sky people? Did the Bible talk about... Is there anything in the Bible, another race form or life form that could be misinterpreted or interpreted as aliens of some sort? I don't know. But it has made me question, you know, what that means for humanity if they were to reveal themselves to us. I think that it would be, listen, if they are, I mean, clearly they are up there. But there's a reason they haven't reached out to us. Their capabilities are more than our capabilities. They have, you know, technology that we don't have. Their aircrafts are literally out of this world. the technology. We have nothing that can compare. Maybe the reason they haven't reached out to us is because they are observing us. They're seeing what's going on. I don't know. I just know that I believe they're real. The fact that, the fact that the government wants to come out now in a minute, it's kind of laughable because we already knew this. During Roswell, they actually said that it was an alien aircraft that hit Roswell. They said, hey, Earth is not a spinning ball. Thank you, Adam. No, I agree. This is not a tennis game. This is our lives we're talking about. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well. Happy Thursday. I was about to say something, and it's kind of laughable that they want to kind of slowly introduce aliens into our lives and say, oh yeah, we might know something about that, but it's not that serious. How are you doing today? Biting my lips again. I always do that. Stress test. Pretty bad. I bite my lips when I get super stressed out. It's a nervous tick. I picked it up for an ex-boyfriend. I've never lost it. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Batman made me bite my lips. Lord have mercy on me. Hold on one second. I want to see if I can see. Nope. No, there won't be many of us. And that's what Nietzsche was saying. Am I saying that right? He said that most people think that they're good. In the book of Good and Evil he wrote, he said, he was actually laughing. He was being very, what's the word? Not cynical. Condescending. He said that most people think that they're good when they're not, and that when most people think that they're good, they don't work on themselves. They don't try. They think that what they're doing is right, so they don't even apply themselves to being a good person or a virtuous person because they think that they already are. That's been my experience. That's been my experience. Most people that I've dated, I'm like, oh, are you a good person? And they're like, yeah. And I'm so stupid. That is the dumbest question. Listen, there are dumb questions. There are. And, there's dumb rules too. And, they say, oh, there's no dumb questions. There are. There absolutely are. Yeah, I used to ask people all the time, oh, you're a good person? Or this was my favorite. Do you have morals and values? And most people are going to say, yeah. Because they feel that way. But the reality is most people know nothing of virtue. So they can't be good. Look at the world. The world doesn't become this chaotic with everybody doing the right things. Most people, Nietzsche said that most people truly believe that they are living a good life and that they are good people. But they're not. And that might have been Socrates. Shit. Now I feel like that was Socrates because he said that the only way that you can be a good person is through knowledge. Sorry, the airplanes are flying by. Hey, that's a good question. Pizza. Thank you, Salvador. Pizza? Probably pineapple and jalapeno and onions and I like vegetables. I'm a weirdo. Probably pizza with pineapples. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. How are you doing this evening? Books have covers for a reason. I don't get it. I don't get it. Can you tell me? Adam, books have covers for a reason. What am I missing right now? Y'all ever see something and you're just like, damn, I'm dumb? Hey, that's the first step to learning, baby, is realize you don't know shit. Andrew, good point. Good point. That's a great point. Half the world is starving while the rest spend billions trying to lose weight. They might be outlawing Ozempic. Oh, I get it now. That's why books have covers. I get it. Yeah. See, and that's one of those it's like a catch-22. You know, don't judge a book by a cover, but at the same time, to keep yourself completely safe, you have to profile people in life. So no, you shouldn't judge a book by a cover, but you should absolutely profile a situation and people in that situation. Like, hypothetically, if you're rolling up to a gas station to get gas, it's late at night, it's dark, and you see a bunch of guys out there drinking with damn switchblades, it's probably not a good idea to get out the fucking car. We gonna profile the scenario, the situation, and go find a different gas station because they look dangerous as hell. But if you meet somebody, maybe you go on a date with the guy and he shows up in fucking work boots and a fucking work vest with his work hat on, and you're like, oh, this bum didn't even care to go home and change and da-da-da-da-da. No, you should not be judging a book. The guy probably just got off fucking work, been working since damn 5 a.m. and rushed over here to meet your bitch ass for dinner. Definitely don't judge a book in that scenario, but profile from afar scenarios. You can never judge a book by its cover. Ever. And speaking of which, did y'all see Jelly Roll? He freaking invited a whole jail to one of his shows, and he called the sheriff. He said, hey, sheriff, I know it'd be a long shot, but I was wondering, I know you got some music program going on in your prison. I was wondering if you could bring all them good gentlemen that sing over to my concert. And the sheriff said yes, y'all. When I tell y'all I was hysterical, y'all don't even understand. I cried for like 20 minutes. I watched it like 3 times. There's a video online. You can see Jelly Roll performing to a whole audience of prison inmates, but also some of those inmates that were in the music program, and it might be a jail, prison, listen, they different, but they both locked up, honey. Some of the inmates actually got to perform with Jelly Roll. I mean, it was definitely one of those, like, did y'all ever watch, the talent shows stuff coming up where the kids would, like, win money? Not American Idol. Before that. What was it before that? I love Jelly Roll. Me too! Haystack! I love Haystack. It was the old white man and the children, and they would go up and sing little songs. I think Britney Spears went when she was like 5 and sang a song. And it's not America's Got Talent. It was the 80s, y'all. It was the 80s. But Star Search. Anyways, when I was a kid, no, it wasn't Nickelodeon, honey. This was 20 years before Nickelodeon was even thought about. Be safe. That shit makes me cry. Every time, even American Idol, like when Carrie Underwood, y'all, when she went on, I remember that. Like, I was on drugs back then, and I remember tuning in just to watch her because I knew that Carrie Underwood was going to make it. I knew. Her audition, I knew. I said, that's the next American Idol, and now look at her. She's literally one of the biggest country music stars in the world. Worldwide. Carrie Underwood is so underrated. You gotta have a taste for girly pop. That's not a bad shift, Jerry. 6:30 to 3. Ain't bad. It sounds like my old construction schedule. I worked 5:30 to 2 when I did carpentry. Star Search. Thank you. Thank you. That's what it was. Star Search. With the old white man. And I grew up watching that, and it used to make me so emotional. So emotional. Yeah, I miss those hours, Jerry. I usually wake up. In the morning, I'm asleep in. Usually Monday through Friday. Actually, I say that, and then I'm still up on the weekends. I like to get up early. 5. I got up at 4:45 this morning. I just naturally wake up that time. I think it's because I'm used to working construction and stuff. Working jobs where I had to be up early. I worked at a Panera Bread. I used to be in there at like 2 a.m. to freaking bake bread. And I would bake from 2 to 10. I'd bake all the bread items in Panera Bread. So I miss that. I do. I miss getting... I've been looking for jobs that were early, but like... I'm not even going to get into that. It'll make me depressed. There's a job shortage. There has been. We're in the middle of a recession. That's why unemployment is spiking. It does not help if you've had any criminal charges, even if they were 20 years ago. It does not help. That puts you at the bottom of the barrel, the bottom of the list. Nobody wants to hire you. They think they're going to have problems out of you for something that you did 20 years ago. It doesn't help if you're pretty, white, and Christian nowadays. I'm sick of being quiet about this shit. These are the things that concern me in society. I'm glad that we are coming back to a sense of normalcy, a place of neutralism, if that's even a fucking word. We're neutral. You know, there's going to be sanity coming back to this country in America. I don't know where y'all are located, but there's slowly but surely, there's truths bubbling to the surface about the reality of this administration, what they've done, what they've been doing, what their plans were. I do not feel that we will feel any economic relief until we fix our housing crisis, our drug problems, homelessness problems. We won't feel any economic relief until we start deporting people. The fact is that we've taken in so many people that this country almost imploded. That's the reality. We're trillions of dollars in debt. A lot of that came from the Biden administration. So, hey, I always have to say, listen, I'm trying to read your name. I'm like, Virgo, Scorpio, Sagittarius. I'm like, Sag, Jesus. Hello. I don't think that we'll feel any economic relief until we start the deportation process, which could take years. It might be towards the end of Trump's presidency before we get a lot of these people out of here. Economic shit. Economist? Fuck my life. Imagine what I could do if I actually could, like, go back to school full time. Economicist? That's one of the hard ones. It's like controversial. Look, I couldn't even say that a year ago. Remember us sitting and trying to say controversial? Anyways, economics. Fuck. Can somebody spell it out so I can say it? Economist. Thank you! Economist. See, that's what I needed. Economist. Okay. Economist say that there would be, I think they said 4.3 or 4.5 million homes, different homes, would be readily available if we deported the people that we have here now. 4.3 to 5 million homes would be readily available for the American people who are homeless, can't afford rent, displaced, misplaced, been hit by natural disasters and don't have a home, almost 4.5 million homes would open up almost immediately after deporting all of the illegals. So when you're sitting in your fancy house tonight, crying about fucking rent due on the 1st, wondering why it's triple the price that it was before 2020, just know that illegal immigration has absolutely contributed. Absolutely. There's 4.5 million homes readily available if we deport people back to their natural nations. When I hear these new numbers coming from economists. Oh God, when I hear these numbers coming from economists, it makes me realize that yes, I'm very ignorant, but I do have a knack for seeing patterns that I can't put into words. So maybe I need to go back for some kind of, mathematics, physics? I don't fucking know. But I have a way of being able to see things that I can't put into words. I knew that all of the illegals were the reason that this country was looking like this. The illegals created inflation. What are we talking about? Supply and demand. Supply and demand. They added to the fact that nobody can afford rent. It's part of the reason rent went up. It's just crazy. I knew this, but I was kind of scared to say it last year. I did say that we needed to be careful. You know, I've been saying kind of the same shit, but I couldn't blatantly say that the reason that the economy in the States is so bad was because of the illegal immigration until Dodge was created. And Elon came out and said, this is the reason. I couldn't really say that until there was scientific evidence to support my theory. But I knew that. Why do you think I've been so angry? Oh, we got a boat. We got a boat. I'm excited. This is a big boat. You know what I was thinking about today, though? I said, aliens are real. But my relationship with God is realer. So I'm not even scared. Like, take me. Economist. Sorry, I just want to... Why can't you see it? Hold on. Oh, shit. That damn dinging. Fuck that. Oh, that don't help. That's a big old boat. Hold on, let's pull up. You want to pull up? Let's pull up to the boat. To the boat. Sometimes I want to get off the boat and just float. See if my headlights help. Oh, nope. You can't even see it. It makes it worse. Well, damn. They giving what? Shelter. All of these Greek words. Economist is not a Greek word. I'm just an idiot. All these Greek words. Yes, I know. See, listen, that's why I thought that Greek mythology was fake, because technically, and here's the thing, here's another thing I learned. First of all, I have a problem with horoscopes because God strictly hold on. Prohibits. He strictly prohibits. Sometimes it takes me a minute. I'll get it eventually. I gotta wait for that little old man to get in my head and grab that file. He strictly prohibits any occult activity. So I really struggle with like my sign. I am my sign. I'm a Sagittarius, wholeheartedly. But I struggle with astrology, because God strictly forbids any kind of movement in astrology and horoscopes. It's considered the work of the devil, and even though it fits my life, it's kind of hard for me, but also that plays into philosophy, and I don't know. There's, here's the thing. I'm glad that I've always thought about these things, because it's definitely helped me develop a sense of self my whole life. But I'm praying that I'm not saying a bunch of stupid shit now and then 20 years from now. But that's growing. That's self-growth. That's learning. That's developing oneself, is to make mistakes and assumptions and then change your mind later on. That's part of self-development and growth. I know that what I'm saying to be true, but I don't know how to feel about astrological signs and the stars and all of that, because God strictly forbids us from being part of the occult, and he says that our horoscopes are part of the occult. I had to use the bathroom, y'all. I had to go back down here to this damn place. I bet these damn meth heads are like bouncing around being crazy. Y'all, listen, I'm not perfect. I'm a sinner. I just want you to know that I used to be a really bad sinner. I used to do hundreds of dollars a day in heroin and drink fifths of damn Jameson just to like be happy in life. And like, it really disturbs me to have to go around people that are still drugging. But that's the reality of the world that we're living in. This gas station is like around the corner. That's the reality. More people are using drugs than ever before. That's what I was saying today. Like, I had this picture in my mind that I could come to YouTube and make a difference in society and like help people. But the truth is that if I was going to do that, I would have had to live during the times of Socrates, because the truth is that people are more lost than ever, and they're going to continue to be more lost than ever. Drug problems have never been as bad as they are right now. Ever. Ever. Hold on, we're riding down the beach. There's the military. I better be careful. I don't want to get locked up by Officer Hottie. I'm such a dork. I don't date military people. Been there, done that. I wish you could see it. It's fucking gorgeous, brah. You can't see shit. Welcome. I don't know if I can even be filming this. They're gonna be like, oh, she's a damn American Chinese operative. I'd be like, bitch, do you not know who I am? If I was, it was because I was pretending to be, to bring you back information. Of course. What did they call it today? We had to look it up. What's the word for espionage? That's the word of the day. On Big Words with Brooke, espionage. It means to be a spy. It means that you are fucking over your country. It means that, or you're fucking over another country. It means to espionage. It means to betray a country. I mean, it's like, so when we read that report today, it said that that guy was accused of Chinese espionage. So he was a Chinese operative working for China, collecting information in Los Angeles. Oh no, that was a different story. Anyways, they did catch a guy who had a drone in Los Angeles and was flying it over the Vandenberg SpaceX Air Force Base, or SpaceX base. He damn had a drone, y'all, and he was damn flying it over the damn Air Force Base, or the SpaceX, and he was taking aerial photos, and then he tries to board a flight to damn China. with the drone information. I didn't recognize him. See, this is what happens when you hang out in a small town too long. People honking at me and shit. Oh no, I'm about to go to bed. Hey, can I use the bathroom before I get kidnapped? This guy's out here trying to holler at me. Is that the guy that comes in here? Never mind. You're being grouchy. Can I go to the bathroom? No. Thank you. Appreciate it. Love ya. Tonji. I'm asking a serious question. That's one of the shit I'm talking about. People. Me pee. Faith Hill, do y'all know you pee? It was a Faith Hill song. No, that's not that. They changed the words. She was like, "Cause I can feel you right next to me," or something. I don't remember. Like shit. Like. Thank you. Let me tell y'all something. Listen, my friend Kelly was trying to talk to this guy that runs this store, right? I done told this story 1,000 times. She invited me out one night. She says, "Oh, I want you to meet my friend." First of all, I've been coming into the store since 2017, 19. Never seen this guy in my life. She says, "Oh, I want you to scope this guy out for me." She says, "I want you to scope this person out for me because I just feel like he's not a good guy." I said, "I'm there, girl. Tell me when and where." So we ended up meeting up at one of my friend's bars, blah, 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 blah. Immediately, I noticed that this guy is very moody. He's like moody. He's very grouchy. He's defensive. What did I tell y'all? Defensiveness. That is a huge fucking red flag. Also, if someone seems just like unhappy all the time, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. You meet somebody, you're like, "Hey, how are you?" And they're just kind of like standoffish and like grouchy from the first interaction. Run. That is not normal. That is not normal at all. And matter of fact, it's a character issue. Like, you're dealing with like a child. You're dealing with a child. And I don't know how else to put it into words other than if they're not showing you the same respect that you're showing them from the start, you need to run. Like, it's not normal for people to be grouchy all the time. Like, I'm fucking homeless. And I'm not grouchy all the time. And matter of fact, when I meet people, I'm like, "Hey, how are you?" And I try to put my best face forward. Not a fake face, but like a genuine, curious, genuine, nice to meet you connection. Man or woman, but also women. Like, if you're a guy dealing with a girl that's always fucking grouchy, no. Stop putting up with that bullshit, y'all. Stop putting up with that bullshit. You're so much better than that, and you don't have to change who you are. You don't have to change who you are just to have somebody. You're better off with nobody than accepting somebody who's going to feed you bullshit, treat you like shit, run you through the fucking ringer, use you, abuse you, you're so much better off in isolation and serenity and peace. Like, and too much isolation is not good. You don't want to turn into Ted Kaczynski or fucking Luigi Mangoni. What's his fucking name? Mangoni? I did get seafood today. It was delicious. Ugh, I didn't block you. Oh, I thought you said earlier, you blocked me. Where's my computer? Have I been robbed? I've been robbed. I ain't even made my bed yet, y'all. We gotta make my bed. Trying to charge my phone. I need my computer. Mangoni. Hey. Oh, I got some shrimp. Shrimp salad, shrimp po' boy, shrimp soup, shrimp salad, shrimp grits, shrimp scrambled eggs. Come on, shrimp. If you ain't never seen Forrest Gump, you too young to be here. Mangoni. Luigi. Mario. Mangoni. Let's see the latest update. Make sure the doors are locked. And listen, I wasn't even trying to talk to that guy. I was just a friend of that guy. And he still acted that way towards me. Do you get it? Listen, life is too short to put yourself through hell. Life is too short. Stop dealing with people that you know from the start are off. Stop. You know what's sad? Oh. You know what's sad is that the poor kid is full of life. He could have been my brother. Look, a little darker, but we still got the nose and the smile. So sad. They said, I was reading that he never felt like he fit in with his family.
Don't ever say that name. Not ever.
Fuck, man. So listen, I wasn't rooting for him to stay free. It's pretty clear from their surveillance footage and the cab pictures that this is the guy. But it says, marked shell castings from the assassination scene matching the gun found on the suspect. So it looks like they matched the casings to the gun to kill Brian Thompson. His fingerprints match some of the key items investigators found nearby. He was also found with the ID that he used to check into the hostel. I just hold a level of empathy for this kid that people are never going to understand. People are going to judge me. This is what Jordan talks about when he says that if you completely isolate yourself and fall into nihilism, that it's the end of your life. That's what happened to this kid. His pain, the pain that he was under from the back surgery that he had, he completely isolated and fell into ideology that is not rational. He fell into Ted Kaczynski, who was the Unabomber, who murdered people. Now, I empathize with Ted because Ted was also isolated, and he was also the black sheep of the family, and his family paid for him to live in a cabin in the middle of bumfuck boy you got a pretty mouth. And I don't know what they expected him to do but to fall into nihilism, but he did. And he would go on to build bombs and murder people for almost 2 decades before he was caught, or a decade and a half. Criminologist, oh wow, this is a criminologist report from never mind. It was a damn bait and switch news article. How do they just lie like this? Let me show y'all something. Pay close attention. So you see right here, it says criminologists draw similarities between Magoni and Unabomber. Watch this. So I click on it. Unabomber's brother speaks out against the United Healthcare CEO's murder. And this is it. This is the whole article. And all it says is that Ted's brother says that he thought that the United Healthcare CEO murderer took inspiration from his brother. Do y'all see that? That's the bait and switch. That's what they call that. See, they bait you with a criminologist report, and then they switch it to the Unabomber's brother. This is the kind of reporting that we have to stop. There ought to be laws against this. This is a bait and switch in human form on the internet. I don't know what else to call it. What would be... Oh, it's catfishing. So, it's catfishing in human form on the internet. This ought to be illegal. Y'all see that, right? Criminologists draw similarities between Magoni and Unabomber. And then you click on it, and it's a half paragraph of bullshit. Call me crazy, but this is part of the problem in the world. This is not being authentic. This is not being real. This is the problem. I got lots of disabilities. My speech is the first one. Hey, could y'all understand my sign language today? I was trying, but I had to spell everything out. I said, the music, M-U-S, and it's S-I-C, music, it is too loud. That's what I was trying to say in the laundromat. Bubba Gump. He actually didn't get caught that quick. 4 days is actually long. Usually they get them before then. The whole internet is clickbait. It ought to be illegal. Like, I just feel like that there should be a difference in freedom of speech and freedom of press. Does that make any sense? You can say what you want in the press if it's true. There needs to be like a separation of church and state. You know what I mean? A separation of school and church. Like, there's a separation that needs to come with the World Wide Web that we missed out on. It's one thing as a citizen to have free speech. It's a whole nother thing to be a corporation spreading lies. I don't know. I don't know the legalities behind that. I'm not a lawyer. Yeah, well, in comparison to Ted, yeah, because Ted, yeah. Yeah, Ted was definitely trash. Ted was trash, and this guy is trash. Just because they're doing something in the name of bettering humanity doesn't mean that they're any virtuous than anybody else. A matter of fact, it makes them evil. You know, because Ted, by all accounts, was brilliant. Brilliant. Just like Luigi. Both brilliant. Maybe Luigi wasn't as smart as Ted by any means. I mean, probably off by 60 IQ points. But Ted was brilliant. He could have done great things. Think about if he would have geared himself towards regulating technology rather than building bombs. Because he had the opportunity. He went to school. He was working at some of the most one of the most prestigious colleges in the country, and he actually worked at 2 or 3. And he could have changed the world in monumental ways if he would have just applied himself and not got wrapped up in isolation and mental health issues. And this kid, Luigi, too. I mean, he graduated and got a master's and a bachelor's in right at 4 years, and went to Penn State, and then went to Gilligan's Island. I don't know. Gillen? By all accounts, both of them could have changed humanity in so many different ways, and they chose to do evil. Imagine being that smart, but that stupid at the same time. Because that's what it boils down to. Ignorance. Ego. You think you're smarter than everybody else. And I think Ted was in a lot of ways, but ultimately, he would get busted too. So, not so much. Well, I'm about to go to bed, y'all. I hope y'all have a good night. I'm getting tired. Thank y'all for the donations. I appreciate it. Tomorrow is Friday. I don't know. I just, the weekends cause me anxiety. Like Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it causes me such anxiety. I think because there's nothing going on and it's like boring. Like through the week, I can keep a schedule. But on the weekends, when I wake up at 4 a.m., nobody's up. And I'm just like restless for 2-3 hours. Cruising the city, getting coffee, using the bathroom, you know. During the week, I don't feel so out of place when I wake up that early because there's other people up at like 5. There'll be people cruising the streets. But on the weekends, when I wake up at damn 3 o'clock in the morning and I'm heading over to the only gas station in town that's open, the cops are like, what the fuck is she doing? Has she been up all night? Is she out buying drugs? No, sir. I just woke up because I'm a good girl. I don't know. It's just something about the week. They call it the Sunday scaries. That's what it is. It's the weekend scaries. My depression just gets worse on the weekend. I feel like I'm more isolated and there's not a lot of stuff going on, you know? The Sunday scaries turn into the half a week scaries for me. Yay! Gotta love that. We'll talk tomorrow. I hope you guys have a good night. Be safe out there. Pray for me because God knows I need it. I'm praying for you guys. Bye, y'all. Bye!